Okay, all right. All you need to know about this one is that
95.1 FM. Such a unique dial.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News.
Thanks for joining us. This is the World News on your Premium Talk Radio Today, 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. And the headlines: Federal government announces plan to end importation of defense equipment. Nigerian army vows to sanction personnel over sale of arms and ammunition. Senate probes inefficiencies and insecurity in Nigerian railway system. On the foreign scene, China executes 11 over links to Myanmar scam compounds. I am Lucky Maxwell. Thanks for staying with us. Now the details. The federal government has announced plans to stop importing defense and security equipment within the next 2 to 5 years. The Minister of State for Defense, Bello Matawale, disclosed this in Abuja during the unveiling of locally produced tactical and civilian armored vehicles by the Defense Industry Corporation of Nigeria, DICON, in partnership with X-Shield. It said the move is aimed at strengthening local manufacturing, creating jobs, transferring technology, and conserving foreign exchange. The government noted that producing defense equipment locally will also position Nigeria for export and regional leadership in defense manufacturing. Meanwhile, the Nigerian Army has issued a stern warning to its personnel against the sale of arms and ammunition, stressing that any officer found engaging in the act will face severe disciplinary action. The warning was delivered by the Chief of Civil Military Affairs at Army Headquarters, Major General Etsu Ndagi, during a sensitization workshop on human rights and professional conduct for troops of the 17th Brigade and Sector 2 Joint Task Force Northwest Operation. Major General Ndagi cautioned that the illegal sale of weapons worsens the nation's security challenges, noting that such arms often end up in the hands of criminal elements who use them against innocent citizens and even security personnel. He further condemned the abuse of drugs and psychoactive substances among some officers, describing the behavior as dangerous and capable of undermining military discipline and national security. The Army Chief reaffirmed the service's zero-tolerance policy on misconduct, warning that erring personnel involved in drug abuse or other unprofessional acts will be dealt with decisively. Commending the troops for their resilience in the fight against banditry and terrorism, Ndagi acknowledged the complexity of operations, stressing the need for strict adherence to the law and rules of engagement, especially where civilians are involved. The Senate has launched an investigation into operational efficiencies and rising security concerns within the Nigerian railway system following complaints over declining service delivery on major rail corridors. The decision followed a personal explanation raised during plenary, where a lawmaker drew attention to the worsening condition of key railway routes across the country. Consequently, Senate President Godswill Akpabio inaugurated an ad hoc committee to conduct a comprehensive review of the Nigerian railway system and its operations. The committee, chaired by Senator Adams Oshomole, has been mandated to examine project execution, funding utilization, operational efficiency, and overall service delivery, and is expected to submit its findings within 6 weeks. Speaking during the session, Senator Akpabio expressed deep concern over the deteriorating speed of the Abuja-Kaduna train service, lamenting that the journey time has worsened to the extent that a bicycle or commercial tricycle could reach Kaduna faster than the train. Earlier, Senator Abdul Ningi raised alarm over the condition of the Abuja-Kaduna-Kano rail line, alleging poor contract execution and noting that despite generating over 1.8 billion naira in revenue, service quality has not improved. The Nigeria Education Loan Fund, NEL Fund, has extended the deadline for student loan applications for the 2025-2026 academic session to February 25, 2026. The deadline was earlier set for January 31 but was extended to allow more eligible students to complete their applications. Nelfon said the move is to promote inclusivity and ensure no student is excluded due to time constraint. The fund urged applicants to submit all required information before the new deadline. The South-South Vice Chairman of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, Emmanuel Ogidi, has called on the leadership of the party in Rivers State to establish structures that will foster peace following the conclusion of ongoing court cases. Ogidi made the appeal during the inauguration of Chief Ogbams Ojima as the caretaker chairman of the PDP in Rivers State. He emphasized that despite the legal disputes, the party remains united, deeply rooted at the grassroots and committed to carrying out the mandates of the people. He further urged for peace in Rivers State while outlining expectations from the national leadership for the state party executive.
In spite of what has happened in Rivers State, because you see men, women and youth still believe in the party. We thank God for that. That is why today we are here to inaugurate this caretaker committee. We are going to start from ground zero. We are going to start all over again. The luck you have is that you still have the grassroots. So it's going to be easy. Most of us up there, they see the working like this. Someday here, someday there. But we do know that once we get that judgment, they'll come out fully. Please, don't be afraid. Open your doors for everybody. Because the PDP is the only vehicle that will take Nigeria to success 2027. So don't be discouraged.
In his remarks, the caretaker committee chairman, Chief Ogbams Ojima, assured that the party is fully prepared to confront and overcome the challenges ahead. He highlighted plans by the committee to work tirelessly to reposition the PDP in the state.
The owners of PDP, not the big men and your guys that are at Abuja and flying to Europe and all the rest. They are not the owners. The owners of PDP are these people seated here and our grandmothers at home. Those are the people who want to reach. We also appreciate the fact that we have leaders. All major stakeholders, as our father have directed, we will reach out to them. Be rest assured, PDP is back to life. Thank you for the honor, the trust at this particular point in time you have bestowed on us to champion this cause. My colleagues and I, we have been meeting regularly within a very short space of putting us together as a committee. We have met over 10 times. And that is why I can confidently call their names.
The Rivers State Waste Management Agency, RIWAMA, has expressed readiness to collaborate with the King, Council of Chiefs, youth, elders, market unions, the police, and other stakeholders to address the persistent problem of indiscriminate waste disposal in Rumolumini Community, Obiakwa Local Government Area. The Managing Director of RIWAMA, Ibimina Wokoma, stated this when he led a delegation on a courtesy visit to the palace of the paramount ruler of Rumolumini, His Royal Highness Chukwuemeka Okocha Olumeni, to discuss sustainable waste management strategies for the kingdom. He noted that although Rumolumini hosts over 10 multinational companies contributing significantly to the economy of Rivers State and Nigeria, the community continues to suffer from indiscriminate dumping of refuse on access roads and medians, a situation he said hampers business activities and environmental safety. Wokoma assured that the agency, with the support of Governor Sumala Ifubara, is fully prepared to end the menace, disclosing that adequate provisions have been made by the state government to strengthen waste management operations across the area. He urged residents to comply with RIWAMA's waste disposal policies, observing that while areas around the Adajoj axis remain relatively clean, the St. John's axis through the market down to Ignatius Ajuri University of Education has remained a major challenge due to poor dumping attitudes. The RIWAMA boss announced new waste management measures for Rumolumini, including a ban on the patronage of cart pushers, strict prohibition of dumping refuse on road medians, deployment of private service providers, and enforcement of approved dumping hours between 6 and 10 p.m. daily. He added that refuse must be properly bagged and deposited only at approved receptacles located near the Ignatius Ajuri University of Education fence, Live Forth area, and Anele filling station, warning that defaulters would be prosecuted, while the paramount ruler commended the initiative and pledged to engage its council and stakeholders to support the program and identify additional receptacle locations. You're listening to the World News on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. We'll be right back after the short break.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Thanks for staying with us. Now the rest of the news. The contact committee of the villages of Buagon, Bekpa, Buale, and Kuru in Buakwa Okwale community has condemned the assassination attempt by unknown persons on His Royal Majesty Swanu Baridam, the Gbenemene of Buebanga, while he was returning from a peace mission to Okwale. In a statement signed by the chairman of the committee, Reverend S.K. Awaraka, YSG Nwine, and Peter Azia, the group described the attack as heinous, alleging that the sponsors and perpetrators are enemies of peace and development in Okwale, Ogoni, and River State. The committee expressed prayers and best wishes for the monarch's quick recovery, while calling on the River State government and law enforcement agencies to ensure that those behind the attack are identified, arrested, and prosecuted. They also pledged their readiness to cooperate with security agencies to ensure justice for the monarch. Chiefs, elders, and opinion leaders of Eledo Nkpo community in Rukwaku, Obiakpa local government area of River State have adopted a consensus system to produce their leaders. The leaders include the chairman, Eledo Nkpo Development Council, Richie Walu, vice chairman, Fortune Ejeku, General Revenue, Stanley Ejeku, Assistant Secretary, Clinton Aliche, Public Relations Officer, Chigeru Woke, Treasurer Martins Wobe, also Eberechi Nseremovu, Provost 1, Youth President Chijoke Obisike, Vice President Lucky Obunda, Secretary Darlington Walu, Assistant Secretary Gift Wayanwu, Financial Secretary Cyril Ndue, and Treasurer Chile Ejeku. Other appointments made include Jackson Wali as the legal advisor, Fine Country Abraham, advisor on community affairs, Agorudu Obisike, CSO, and Michael Wokbo as the palace secretary. Advising them shortly after inauguration, the head chief and paramount ruler of Eledo Nkpo community, Theophilus Wokbo, charged the leadership of CDC and youth bodies to work in synergy and produce results, as well as respect chiefs and elders of the community.
Bring in good results to Eledo. I urge you to make sure that there's peace all over. I urge you to make sure that you carry everybody along, give respect to the chiefs, the elders, the women group. Make sure that you are following things orderly. I do not want crisis. I do not want bad behaviors. Everybody have to be civil in the doing of things. We need a good result that will bring Eledo to a greater height, and I pray that God will give you the strength and be with you as you bring this honor and the glory of God to Eledo.
Also speaking, the CDC chairman Richie Walu noted that he will consolidate on the achievement of the previous administration and used the forum to dissolve all functional committees.
I want to say here categorically clear that my administration has to follow the rudimentarily, because constitution seems to be a guide, seems to be a kind of channel through which you can organize the people. I'm going to follow the constitution just as I did mention before. And most importantly, past administration actually has done well. I'm going to consolidate on the achievement and going forward, put up certain stopgaps where I feel they have also not done well and improve on them. I want to say on this note that all committees established, inaugurated by the past administration is hereby dissolved.
In his remarks, the youth president Chijoke Obisike assured that youth of the community will be given a sense of belonging under his watch.
Yes, I'm assuring Eledo youth that as the youth president, I will make sure that Eledo youth move, and I will make sure that Eledo youth will achieve what they're supposed to achieve. On the area of bringing development to Eledo, I will make sure that we work with the CDC, we work with the local government, we work with the states to bring in development to Eledo. Eledo it will be a place where other people, other communities in Obiakpo, they will learn from and see the effective of the Eledo youth in Rukwaku in Eledo community.
The families of the late Elder Anthony Agi Wosu of Ngwelelu village and late Elder Amadioha Wodo of Ngwanyem village, all in Ilele Alimini town, Emma local government area of River State, have announced the passing of their beloved mother, grandmother and friend, late Ezinne Florence Okenwere Wosu. Late Ezinne Florence Okonwere Wosu, who was born in 1942, passed away on the 13th of October 2025 after a brief illness. Funeral arrangement will commence on Friday, 30th January 2026 with a service of songs at her husband's residence, number 14B Mbwelelu Street, Ilele Alimini Town, Emoha local government area. On Saturday, 31st January 2026 at 7 a.m., the body of the 83-year-old late Ezinne Florence Okonwere Wosu will depart Moscow Mortuary, Ilele Town, in a motorcade to her hometown. At 8 a.m., the body will lie in state at her husband's residence, 14B Mbwelelu Street, Ilele Alimini Town, Emoha local government area. In a statement signed by Innocent Ofuru Wosu, on behalf of the family, the funeral service will hold at St. Paul's Anglican Church, Ilele Alimini Town District, starting at 9 a.m. with interment scheduled for 12 noon. On the foreign scene, China has executed 11 people linked to large-scale telecom and online fraud operations connected to scam compounds in Myanmar, as authorities intensify efforts to dismantle transnational criminal networks. Reports said the executions were carried out following death sentences handed down in September by a court in the eastern city of Wenzhou. The convicted individuals were found guilty of multiple offenses, including fraud, unlawful detention, intentional injury, intentional homicide, and operating illegal casinos. Among those executed were key members of the notorious Ming family criminal group, whose activities were linked to the death of at least 14 Chinese citizens and injuries to several others. Chinese authorities said the Supreme People's Court approved the sentences after concluding that evidence of crimes committed since 2015 was conclusive and sufficient. The scam operations, largely based in Myanmar's border regions, involved luring victims into fake romantic relationships and fraudulent cryptocurrency investment, generating billions of dollars globally. In the world of entertainment, major cinema chains in South Africa has withdrawn a documentary about U.S. First Lady Melania Trump just days before its scheduled release, with the local distributor citing what it described as a current climate. The documentary, titled Melania, was absent from the listings of leading cinema houses Numetro and Ster-Kineko before its planned international release tomorrow. Filmfinity's head of marketing, Tubashan Govindarajulu, was quoted as saying that the film would no longer be released theatrically in South Africa due to the prevailing climate, without offering further explanation. The Metro confirmed that the decision to pull the documentary was taken at the request of Filmfinity, noting that the distribution right rests solely with the company. The move comes amid strained relations between South Africa and the administration of U.S. President Donald Trump, which has criticized Pretoria over several domestic and international issues. To end the news, here is a summary of the major stories. We told you that the federal government has announced plans to end the importation of defense equipment. The Nigerian army has vowed to sanction its personnel over the sale of arms and ammunition. The Senate is probing inefficiencies and insecurity in the Nigerian railway system. On the foreign scene, you heard that China has executed 11 over links to Myanmar scam compounds. Stella Sasong Okorie, editor of the news. For comments and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850. Send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. Read our stories on todayfmlive.com, on Facebook at Today95.1fm, Instagram at Today951, on X, formerly Twitter at Today951. Join our YouTube live at Today95.1fm. Good evening. I am Lucky Maxwell.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
You may may not realize it, but do you know you can always show your love for others with simple gestures? Here are some of them. Always look for the good in people. There are two sides to every story. We have our good and bad sides. So, look for the good in people. Focus on people's potential. Everyone has potential. So, rather than put them down, help them realize it. Choose to love. If you're given an option between giving love and receiving love, choose giving because that is a more practical choice. Treat everyone as equals. This means letting go of all the prejudice and partiality. See people for who they really are, not their jobs, not their apparels or bank accounts. If everyone does this, then the world would be a better place. Love yourself. You cannot give what you don't have. So, before you try to love other people, love yourself first. Forgive. We all make mistakes. So, whether it's a family or a stranger, the best way of showing love is forgiveness. Everyone deserves a second chance. Show compassion. Care for other people. Care for what they are going through. Do what you can to help. Give back to the community. Remember that a single drop of water can cause countless ripples. That donation, no matter how small, can inspire others to do the same. Smile, even to strangers. Remember that you're never fully dressed without a smile. So, do not underestimate the power of a smile. Not only does it lighten up your face, it will also brighten up another person's day. Be the spark of positivity you want to see. When you smile, the whole world smiles with you. This message is brought to you by Today95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Stay informed, stay ahead. Tune in to Today 95.1 FM for the latest news and exciting sports updates. Your trusted source for everything you need to know. Today 95.1, big news of the week.
The Oga. So if there's Odeku on this side and palm wine on this side and pinopina and so forth and so on, well, ladies and gentlemen, try as much as you can to enjoy yourself. Yes, of course, the Eagle has landed. 25 minutes gone past the hour of 6. I am Lucky Maxwell. Call me the enjoyment man. Call me the man of the people. Call me anything good. And of course, this year, it's going to be the year of advanced enjoyment. I was listening to Odumeje's new song with Flavor. Chai. They said, according to some people, I don't know, they said God called Odumeje and Flavor is now calling him again. Just hear this. Hey, send in your messages to 0701 9339 962. It's time for you to call me and tell me what is bothering you. Of course, you know, every Thursday, 7 p.m. is Eyewitness Report, and 8 p.m. is Security and You. You can't afford to miss it, right? No, you can't miss it. Okay. Let's leave Odumeje. Eh? I just wanted to laugh a little bit. Chai. Michael. I can leave Odumeje. Odumeje is on another level. If you follow Odumeje, you go laugh for granted. All right, 0810-9510-951. Who form you? Who exists you? All right, let's go. All right, this is a session where anything that is bothering you, you can talk about it. Of course, you do it within the ambits of the law. You can call, you can do a voice note, you can also send a text message, a WhatsApp message, and I'll be glad to take those messages, right? You can listen to us live via www.todayfmlive.com. Once you open the website, all you need to do is just go to the right-hand corner. You'll see Listen Live, LISTENLIVE. Have you been in the classroom before? You just discovered that you know this, in the exams hall, but you just forgot to spell IT, eat. Have you been in that situation before? You forgot to spell what? IT. Or you forgot to spell AND. Have you been in that kind of situation before? It happens to everyone. It happens to everyone. You just say in exam hall, it's something you've read. In fact, on your way to the exam hall, you were even rehearsing it. It's like an everyday. But the moment you leave the exam hall, you remember those things. That's why sometimes, for me, I don't totally rate someone by virtue of, his performance with exams, as in, the result. Someone can be intelligent, but very intelligent, academically speaking. But when you enter exam hall, something will just take over. Or the person might not necessarily do well when it comes to writing of exams. But when it comes to real life issues, you see the person. So don't look down on anybody. When we're in school, there were people who were academically sound, let me put it that way. But there were people who were just there. They were just there. So you just feel that, this one's they don't sabi anything. No. Now we waste a big book. Now ain't gonna make them for life. It's a different ball game. Making it in life is a different ball game. It has a lot of factors, a whole lot of factors. It goes beyond, you had A's. I'm not saying, please don't quote me wrong. I didn't say having A's is not good though. That's not what I said. If you have A's, kudos. If you have first class, kudos. If you also have third class, don't kill yourself. Don't kill yourself. And maybe our educational system needs to be revived a little bit to accommodate people who are not, might not be academically very sound, but when it comes to skills, they are very good. There are people like that. When it comes to skill, man, that's their area of specialization. Practical things, they are very, very good, like really, really good. But when it comes to academics, cramming and just going to write exams to have A's, it's not their thing. So yes, they are not dull, they are not just useless. They can still write the exams, pass, but they might not have the A's and all that. You understand what I'm saying? All right, let's take this one. If you're having difficulty calling, I don't know what's wrong with our brothers from the towers. That's what I call them. What's on my mind is the constant collapse of the power sector. Lately, it has been collapsing frequently than usual. This is so embarrassing, and yet people are shouting renewed hope. Where is the hope in the power sector? This power issue has lingered for years without solution. Not even genuine concern by government to fix the problem. And fanatics are singing, on your mandate we stand. What mandate? Mandate of darkness and hunger with insecurity? The only mandate we know is to fix the power sector, reduce hunger, create jobs, and fight insecurity. Traveling up and down will not help anybody. Mr. Lucky, thank you very much. Yes, good evening. Go ahead.
Hello, good evening.
What's your name, sir? What's your name?
I want to collaborate two issues. 18 is my name. The statement accredited by Muslim Ummah, the Sharia Council, and Ali Ndume. Though, as you rightly say in the afternoon, to ask why the southern senators, leaders or appointees under Tinubu why are they not remedy for the development of our region? Because they are busy talking of 2027, how to grab the structure and the resources. We are sleeping. It happened during Jonathan PCS administration, where we enjoyed the appointment, the judicial appointment. We have the likes of Alex Madeko and the likes of them. It was after Jonathan was removed that those who served were enjoying the cookie jar. Under Jonathan, they started crying, deceiving us, brainwashing us that we are being marginalized by the North. That our resources is being used to develop other parts of the country. It's time that we have a sitting president from the South. All of them that, what is the benefit of South governors defecting to APC? What are they gaining? It's because they wanted to be shielded from anti-graft war. And they want to keep themselves politically relevant. They should not worry. They not, I think this month, the Arab Conservative already stated that they will come out with a consensus candidate in April. 2015 is going to replicate in 2027. Where they not say you are gone, it is a goner. Whether they are in a PDP and they prefer presidential candidate is in ADC or Labour Party, whether you are in APP, APC, that is the way they will go. Capturing the three states that a presidential candidate in Nigeria must win, either one or two, Lagos, Kano, and Rivers State, is not a yardstick for Tinubu walkover in 2027. He's going to face both local tension and international tension. It happened in 2015 when the U.S. President Barack Obama and the UK Prime Minister and other foreign powers worked against Jonathan because he refused to sign same-sex marriage.
Thank you.
Now, it is the turn of Tinubu. We should not try that Buhari has ruled 8 years. It is the turn of the South to rule 8 years. We are not benefiting from the 4 years of Tinubu.
Thank you very much, sir.
We supported the first APC for us to change that case in Nigeria, but we're getting...
All right. Good evening. When I say it's okay, it should be okay now. Good evening. 0810-9510951. Yes, good evening.
Yeah, Max, Mr. Zion, good evening to you. What's on my mind? More of the level at which some married women are unfaithful to their matrimonial vow. And my major concern, these young boys they are frolicking with, they don't know the consequence of what they are doing. Maxwell, put your eyes and your ear on the floor. Watch out any young man that is sleeping with a married woman. They don't prosper. They don't prosper. Even no matter how much that woman will give to him, that money fuels away. But I want to use this to call on our paramount rulers, especially from the South and Southeast, where this sin and abomination is prevalent. Can we go back to the foundation and invoke this deity that exposes these people? Since the church cannot do their work, since the church is benefiting from it, let us go back to the foundation.
No. Please don't say that.
Why this I should not say that?
No, you can't say the church is benefiting from it. No.
Are they not church members?
No, now. So do you go about monitoring people? Preach in church now, repent, do this, do that. You don't follow people around. Even your own children.
That way.
Don't say the church is benefiting from it now. No. Don't say that, please. You can't say the mosque or the church or anywhere is benefiting from it. People are living their life. Do you understand? And you don't follow them around. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Marshall.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Kinsley, calling from Obogoro. What's on my mind is the comment made by Reno Mokre concerning His Excellency Peter Obi. My dear brother, I want to ask Reno Mokre this evening, him and Peter Obi, who has that Nigeria should, when they talk, Nigeria listen to them more, knowing fully well what he said concerning the current president today, calling him all manner of names. And today, the same person claiming to have withdrawn all the statements or his comment concerning the current president today. So if people like him, who supposed to be in jail today, because Nigeria is a country where if you are aligned to the center, whatever it does doesn't count, doesn't matter. But if you tend to either disagree with the government at the center, you become a target. If not, him in a random.
Hello? Hello?
Yeah, good evening. Good evening.
Go ahead, sir.
Yes, my name is Solution. I'm calling from Rumolumini. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead. Okay.
All right. What's on my mind? Here, for some days now, there's something I observe. If you are entering Bayelsa State from Delta State, that's Kayama Bridge. Before now, we used to have from Patani Bridge to you get to Ndiama. If you start counting police, you see like 15 police checkpoints. But for the past few days now, the police on that road is less than 2 or 3. So I don't really know why they withdrew all the policemen on that highway. Please, whoever that withdrew those policemen, I'm begging them, let them do the same thing to those policemen along the Ogoni Road going to Akwa Ibom State. Are you aware that from Sakwenwa roundabout, before the boundary between Akwa Ibom and River State, you count 18 to 20 police checkpoints. And in spite of the police presence here, what are they robbing motorists and commercial cars and cars on that road? On that same road, the traditional road was shot some days ago. On that same road, are you aware? The traditional road was shot on that same road. In spite of police presence. So if they can withdraw the policemen along Bayelsa going to Delta State, that East Road, please let them do the same on this Ogoni. They can replace them with OFAC or this local vigilante. Because the policemen are there collecting money and terrorizing motorists. That's the reason why commercial motors don't follow that Ogoni to Uyo again. They rather follow Obehe, Tasumini, to you. Because of the way police people will pack you if you refuse to pay the specific amount of money.
Thank you.
They will pack you and terrorize you. Solution is my name. Thank you.
How can you say police usually terrorize people? When you say they pack you, yes, they will ask for papers and all that. But when you say they will terrorize you, that's an ambiguous statement. Please send in your messages so we can take them. 0810 9510 951. Yes, please. Good evening. Go ahead.
Hi, Maxwell.
Welcome,
good evening. Precious Douglas.
Yes, please.
Maxwell, I relate very well.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello. Hello. Your line is breaking. Can you move away and then call me back? Thank you very much. Let's see if we have messages. Our brothers on the towers, please help us. so we can have good network. All right. Pio says, Max, I don't understand this entity called Nigeria owned by a few politicians. So after serving Papa, we also serve Pekin. And then get Nigeria? But Pio, where are you driving at? Where are you taking us to? Please let me know where you are taking us to. Call 0810 9510 951. If you're having any difficulty calling, I don't know what's wrong with our friends, our brothers on the tower. You can send in a WhatsApp message, okay? Just do a WhatsApp message, it will come in faster. 0701 9339 962. 0701 9339 962. That's a message number where you can send WhatsApp messages and, of course, regular message. But WhatsApp messages go, it comes in faster. So if you have an Android phone, please, I would appreciate if you can send a WhatsApp message, or you can do a voice note. Okay, so try it again. 0810. That's the call line now. 0810 9510 951. That's the call line where you can send in your messages. Okay? Sorry, where you can call. And then for messages, 0701 9339 962. Oh, let's see this. Good evening. Go ahead. Oh, I'm so sorry. It went off. Oh, boy. Yes, good evening.
Good evening to you, Lucky Maxwell.
Yes, Brother Maja.
Yes, I just want to tell you, keep it going.
Hello. Hello. Okay. Yes, good evening.
Hello, Mr. Mars. Good evening.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Mr. Mars, what is in my mind is this Cornerstone Road and some streets. NDDC have not fixed their NDDC lights. Most of the streets are still in darkness. So I don't know. Whoever they give in charge, whoever that is in charge of the contract, you should do something. I bet that's what is in my mind. It's bothering me because I'm around there. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. NDDC street light. Sometimes if you go to some area, you won't know there's no PHED light once you have those solar lights installed. I think more should be installed even in areas where it hasn't been installed, especially areas are inhabited by human beings, streets, It has a way of, how do I put it, chasing away bad boys. People who want to do bad things, who want to steal, who want to waylay people. Once everywhere is eliminated, it helps. So we encourage the authorities, be it the NDDC, the local, I think local governments can also do that. Everybody should just be installing theirs. Good evening. Hello. Hello.
You should allow Mr. Zion to speak whatever he wants to speak.
Okay, drop, please. What's on your mind?
Yes, that's what is in my mind.
That what? No, you're not. Leave. Just leave that matter, Max, the rate of tax force in Port Harcourt is too much. Ekpa City from Biara. Okay. Thank you. All right. Please do a voice note if you're having difficulty calling. I don't know what's wrong with the guys on the tower.
Hello, Maxwell. Good evening. My name is Pastor Gody, the voice of the voiceless. What is in my mind is of this good road the able governor built for us. The rate at which these young boys fly bike on it as if they are going to Jericho, it terrifies me. This is a newly constructed road, everywhere is smooth, and the rate at which they drive speed on it, my brother, is something else. I don't know if they will put a speed bump or thereabout, but this is an express road, and young boys and young girls, little children go to school. I'm afraid, so many have been knocked down because at speed these boys drive is terrible. Thank you, and God bless you. Good night, sir.
Thank you. So please, you can do a voice note, just like the one I just played now. It will help us, The guys on the tower, let them stay there. Good evening.
Good evening, Master.
Yes.
One of the people, this is Marvin from Port Harcourt.
Yes, sir.
What is on my mind is still about this our country called Nigeria, because I'm no longer comfortable living in this kind of country where those who are non-state actors holding weapons, and when we talk of weapons, not even the local pistol, machine gun, and those who know how much is machine gun, we know what I'm talking about. I'm no longer comfortable. I'm calling on conscious people, those who have the people at heart, to rise up. This is the right time that Donald Trump, his president, is in Africa and Nigeria. Man, this is the right time, conscious people, to rise up and discuss with this man the way forward. Thank God, also he has known that there is agenda in Nigeria to conquer and dominate. This Islamic sect should be wiped away from.
Calm down. You were going well until you now went this way. Still go straight. Don't bend.
Okay. What I'm saying is, those who still have Nigeria at heart, people like Ken Saro, people like Maze Enandekalu, we know we have several of them, thousands of them, but because of the system, wear them. That is why they don't want to talk. I am urging them to rise. This is the right time because this our leaders cannot kill everybody. You can't be destroying your own nation and you expect people to not to talk. You are a leader. You are supposed to set a pace for people to follow. Niger Delta is an oil producing area. That's where have you gone to our water side? Our water side is supposed to be transformed like Singapore and other developed nations that have oil. Go to my village. There is no light. There is no road. But there is light. What do you call it? Those are oil and fire that used to make the oil. It's all over there. We don't have light. We don't have road. Bad situation. We cannot go to our village because of insecurity. They themselves orchestrated.
Thank you.
Because the continent that is done. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Please just do it within the ambit of the law. You understand? Thank you so much.
Good evening, Mars. What is on my mind is how Port Harcourt is littered with death. Everywhere smelling. Go to Warfare, go towards Obibo, go towards Ikwere Road. What is Rwama really doing in this state? God. Port Harcourt has fast becoming the most dirty city in Nigeria. But they've overtaken Aba. Aba now is one of the neatest cities in Nigeria, if not the neatest. Port Harcourt has taken the place of Aba. Frank from Brooklyn.
All right, thank you, Frank. I think we can squeeze in one or two calls. Please do a voice note if you're having difficulty. If these guys on the tower are finding it difficult to enable your call. Please, what's on my mind is this group that do go to the studio to do what? To defeat. Yeah, is it deceit? Sorry, I don't understand though. It's not flowing. No. Sir? This message is not flowing. I don't even know where to read from and where to. I don't know if you can resend the message, sir, and then also include your name. Okay. Good evening.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
God bless you, my beloved brother. God bless you. My name is Graham Sampson. I'm calling from the city of Abua Udua and Omago Football Club. My beloved brother, I don't know who is in charge of Rwama. Is it not Samuel Honor City that is in charge of Rwama? Yeah? The last time I could remember, he was boasting that once he assumed office, River State will return back to the current role we normally made. But I don't understand, my beloved brother, from Pepperoni down to Schoolgate. Sometimes, if I should pass that environment, I cry. Is this my state? Is this my state? What is he doing in the office? Yeah, my beloved brother. I don't understand anymore. And I ask again, I am using this medium to beg the governor. The light of Ikwere Road, it's high time we look for a way to put the light of Ikwere Road on. I don't like the Ikwere Road East. Who are those people under our flyovers? I ask again. Across River State. Who are those people? What are they doing under our flyovers? Yeah? Again, the beggars in the streets. Oh God, I ask, what is really going on? My mom market, Rumuoji market, what is really going on?
Thank
I don't
you.
like our mothers.
Thank you, sir.
Walk in the road. How long? Just look for a way to open down my one market so that all these our mothers walking in the roadside. Yeah, let it not be that one day we hear of one kind of incident that none of us will welcome me to. I am using this great medium again to beg whatever authority, any person hearing my voice, it's high time we look for a way to open room.
All right. Thank you so much, sir.
So that this
We're
our
out of
beloved
time.
mother will move inside.
All right.
Thank you, my beloved brother.
Thank you so much. We have to go for this short commercial break. Yes. We'll be right back. Please start sending in your eyewitness report. Every Thursday we do eyewitness report from 7 p.m. Start sending them in. Pour them. Just pour them inside. You understand what I'm saying? If you think something else, I know.
ọbụla m siri ga-enwe nri ụtọ ọma dịkwa mma iri eri ma jupụta n'ịhụnanya.
Anyị na-anụ gị. Maggi Star dị n'okpukpu abụọ, ụtọ gbara abụọ, ihe dị mfe gbara abụọ, mana ọ bụkwa ụtọ ahụ ịtụkwasịrị obi. Maggi Star okpukpu abụọ eji so ya rụrụ arụ mee ya na ihe ndị ọzọ na-edozi ahụ maka nnukwu ekpomekpo na-agwa agwa ka naanị Maggi nwere ike iweta n'efere gị.
Ọ na-atọ ezigbo ụtọ.
Weta Maggi Double Cube taa. Mụ na Maggi kwekọrịtara nke ọma.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM. Today's news in 60.
The federal government has unveiled plans to strengthen security in schools located in border and riverine communities under the Safe Schools Transition Plan for 2026 to 2030, aimed at creating safer learning environments nationwide. The World Bank and the Nigeria's Federal Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning have engaged the Nigerian Governors Forum (NGF) to support the implementation of governance reforms in the management of basic education and primary health care across the 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory. The Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board, JAMB, has dismissed claims that candidates already in universities were barred from registering for the 2026 Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination (UTME) and direct entry. Meanwhile, the absence of lawyers for the prosecution and the defense in the trial of Professor Dibu Ojerinde, the former registrar of the Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board, JAMB, has stalled the hearing at the Federal High Court in Abuja. And on the foreign scene, a federal judge in Massachusetts has warned the administration that it must not single out international students or academics for their pro-Palestinian views by changing their immigration status in retaliation for speaking out.
Today's news in 60. In 60.
On this day in history. On this day in history. On this day in history.
Today in history, 29th January. In 1886, German engineer Carl Benz patented the first gasoline-powered automobile, laying the foundation for the modern car industry. In 1954, Oprah Winfrey, American television personality, actress, and entrepreneur, was born in Mississippi. In 1966, Nigeria continued to experience political instability following the January 15 coup as Major General Johnson Aguiyi-Ironsi consolidated power. In 1996, President Jacques Chirac announced a definitive end to French nuclear weapons testing. In 2002, U.S. President George Bush, while delivering a State of the Union address, described Iraq, Iran, and North Korea as an axis of evil for their attempts to develop nuclear, chemical, or biological weaponry. And in 2025, chartered Beechcraft 1900 crashed near the Unity Oil Field in South Sudan, killing 20 people.
On this day in history. On this day in history. On this day in history.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
of the little ones.
Our Gospelration, because it's the moment of truth. Our High Life show, because High Life is vintage.
Our sports show with the adrenaline. Our midnight show, because we care about your love life.
Our Nostalgia Drive, because old is gold. Our show for young people, because Gen Z code is on.
Our Pigeon Bit, because na Naija we dey. Our book review, because books are a mirror. Our big stories, because big things only.
Our health shows with seasoned health experts, because we care that you're healthy. Our eyewitness report, because we want to hear from you. Our reggae show, because Rastafari. One love. One love.
All right. Check your account balance. Anytime you do a transaction and it's a debit alert, tell me the truth. You don't like looking at your account balance, right? You don't want that, this thing, you don't want to have the idea that something, some money have left your account. But if it's credit alert, you want to see it. If somebody just calls you say, I don't send you money, you check sharp. Everybody likes good things. Money is good, though. Oh boy, money is good. Hi. Have you stayed like this before? Someone just said, send me your account number. How do you feel? You have not even, the person just said it though. And that kind of thing, if they want to send the money and network is just misbehaving, you wait for 1 hour, you don't see the money. And the person said he was going to do nah. You just say, now, wow, waiting happen. Why you never send me the money now? But if you said that, and the moment you sent your account number, you just saw, you just opened it. Immediately you see C arrow. Even if you've not seen the amount, you see C arrow. You just smile. Money is good. It has a way of motivating you. Money is good. It has a way of what? Motivating you. Try. All right. Eyewitness reports on Thursday. That's what it is. If you want someone to smile, just, pay some money into their account. You will see smile. Someone just receive a like. Just a CR. CR is credit. But if it's DR, nobody wants DR. Everybody wants CR. So just imagine you just saw, something in your account, CR, when you checked. NDDC, or River State government, or local government. You go happy now. Is that not so? You'll be happy. Please, that's what we are asking that they should be doing now. Just, you don't need to tell us to come and write our names. You go through the banks. Let them check the account of people who have 100,000, less than 100,000. Just pay some money into the account. Just do it now, magnanimously. From oil money. You see, as people will just be laughing and shining their teeth. It brings joy, Money brings joy. You don't get it. Money brings joy. No matter how small it is, it might be 100K, it might be 200,000, it might be 150, even 50,000. They bring joy. Just imagine receiving that kind of money from government every month. They sing that government song like say tomorrow, no day. All right, 0810 9510 951. 0810 9510 951. That's the number to call. If you're having difficulty trying to call, maybe the guys on the tower, they're finding it difficult to do the needful. You can just send a voice note of your eyewitness, the things you can see, the things you can feel around you. You might not like them, you might also like them. Good things that government is doing. Okay, I think I need to go and check that road again. No? That's the Dominion City NTA road to see how far. No, but last time I checked, they were casting it. And I think our roads should be, should I say casted? I think it will last. It will last, yeah. That's how our roads should be constructed. The one they are doing on the Eleme axis of the East-West Road, oh boy, there are some parts that are really, really, really good. And Dave Umar said when you construct roads like that, those kind of roads usually last. So why are we not also constructing all our roads so that they can last for as long as 20 years, 30 years, 50 years. So feel free to call in 0810 9510 951. I don't know if they are done with Dominion City NTA Road, that bad spot. I think the drainages should also be excavated. Something should be done about the drainages. So when it starts raining, because we're in the dry season now, when it starts raining, we won't have such issues again. But the casting, it's just that the work is slow. That's just the issue. The work is slow. I don't know the contractor they gave. I think they should work. They should make it faster. 0810 9510 951. And then you can send your messages to 0701 9339 962. Here we go. Yes, good evening. Hello. Hello. The tower guys are still not concurring with us. Please do a voice note, if you have an Android phone. Let us see. Man sent me a list of schools and health centers that need rehabilitation. I will go through them. Good evening. Hello. Hello.
Evening.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Is that Maxwell?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay. My name is Selaway. I'm following up around, and there is a topic, and something you said that a little bit disagree with you about money. You say money brings joy. No, money does not bring joy, but happiness. What can give you?
Well, I was just, we are looking at eyewitness reports, sir. I was just touching here.
I know. I will say I will talk my eyewitness report. But
yeah, go ahead now. Let's talk about the eyewitness report.
Yeah. So I woke up this morning and I saw something like cloudy, something like there was somewhere. Those days we used to get a fire. Everywhere would be so cloudy. And then we smoke on the air. My area, I don't know what people there would see.
I don't know what's wrong with this network. Hello, good evening.
Hello, Max.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Good evening, sir. Max, I remain in Nigerian Leoba, popularly known as something from Silema. Maxwell, eyewitness report. It's a sad one, Max. So
what happened?
To the people of my community. Maxwell, nothing to this life. We lost 2 people yesterday in my community at Ebrademo. A hustling woman who is selling and also a young man who is to be buried his father on 14th of February next month. And the guy is also a hustler who is riding bike or maybe partially on the road. Carry the woman who is selling at a Lebrada market just to go and drop her where she is staying at the next village. Trailer, my dear brother, trailer crossed to them yesterday. This is then beyond recognition. Mark is a sad one. If you see human being, he crushed the woman, he hit them, scatter the woman, and also under the, we are suspecting that the thing hit them, maybe first of, then two of them entered under. He climbed the woman, grounded the woman beyond recognition. Then the young man, whether the clothes or what, hooked under the trailer. He dragged him like more than 2 posts away from where the thing happened. Finally, the Oka men and everybody put them together. The man was caught close to C4I. Maxwell, it's a sad one. If you see what happened and see human being, we are just making noise. And all of us as a human being, Maxwell, I don't know where to start, I don't know where to end. But it's a sad one. We lost 2 human beings yesterday. It's a painful one. May their gentle soul rest in the bosom of the Lord. That's just my eyewitness report, Master, yesterday. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you very much. So sorry. Please keep the messages coming in, and the voice notes. I'll take them all. The calls also. Let them pour in. Good evening.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Omar.
Sir?
How are you?
Go ahead.
Please, I know you're a very distinguished journalist and you do your work without fear. Please, there's something I would like you to do for us, we residents of Port Harcourt. I need you to make our time. Invite one landlord to your studio. Invite one tenant to your studio. Let the landlord come and explain to us why they are increasing rent. Do they want to kill us? I don't understand what's happening in this country. The federal government, they are busy trying to kill the masses, increasing tax, doing this. Landlord is one side, increasing rent. You see, some landlords now, they want to use that their old house to pay their children's school fees, to build a very new house, a current building. They want to use it to marry for their children. They want to do everything with that rent. Therefore, putting all the burden on the rent. You need to see how they have done. You see, the citizens, I don't know if the House of Assembly, Anewule and others, since they are very busy trying to impeach the governor, why not put that energy of impeachment to things that concern the citizens? These are the things that are supposed to bring to the table. They deliberate on it and know what to do. If it's to say, okay, government will be going around checking your buildings, reducing the price, or giving the landlord, this should be the limit of your, or the maximum limit, you should keep your rent. Just like the way Akwa Ibom and other states, their House of Assembly have put interest to ensure that the citizens are not suffering to that extent. Here in River State, we are just suffering. You see a landlord will be bold to tell you if you don't want to stay back, and you see an agent going up and down telling landlord, increase your rent, others have increased. What kind of problem is this? Do they want to kill us? So please, man, what I need from you is to please, I'm begging you, make that time. Talk on this rent issue. Not every time we talk of Fubara and Anewule. Please, they are our governor and our speaker. Let them be there. All of them, none of them are paying rent. They are paying free of charge. We are the ones paying their rent. We that are hustling the money to pay our own rent. Please, let us bring the matter to the table and know what to do about it. If not,
you people will soon hear that people will be leaving their house, packing to your radio station to come and sleep. There's no way you people will chase them away. They will come here, make their mad.
You're talking as if government used to build house for us.
That's why.
Are we not paying rent to? Government did not build house for. You think government build house for journalists?
At least the citizen will see your office.
No problem. If you come now, we'll put tent outside. All of us go sleep here.
That's why.
Make it not just be man. Make woman to follow.
No, women will have their own quarter. Men will have their own quarter.
All of us go stay inside the compound.
I beg you, people should do something about it. You are dying. You're not talking of food again. Thank you.
The women will have their own quarter for what? Was it not man and woman God created? All of us go there for the same tent. Good evening.
Maxwell. Maxwell, you don't make me laugh small or something. Something must kill a man. He said, let it not be only men.
All of us will go pack, go government house now, go stay.
You are planning before they will go back to their village. There will be a result, though.
There must be a result now.
Oh, he's well.
Hello. If you are no containers, all of government house is big now. All of us go pack, go government house. Man and woman, all of us will stay inside the same tent. Which one is women will have their own quarter? For what now? Now, so they do for mixed schools. Everybody they enter class. Good evening.
Yeah, I want to say that if that guy who called about tenant issue is a landlord, he will do the same. My brother, I bought a bundle of zinc, Papa, not be the thick one, Cameroon zinc, 400 and something thousand, just one bundle. They don't know. They don't go to market to check building material. Things are very expensive. And when I tell you something, a landlord does not make profit. If you build a house, 2-bedroom flat, it will take you 20-something years to recover the money. More than that. So they think building is a profit making. Unless it's just an asset. If you want to sell it, maybe it gains profit. But for you to use it as a rent, there's no profit margin there. If you use 15 million to build a 2-bedroom flat, and you are renting it for, say, maybe even 800,000, calculate how many years you recover your money. They don't check all those things. Landlord. I pray everybody should build in Port Harcourt so that
all
they
right.
will know.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's not easy. It's not
Thank
easy,
you.
my brother.
Thank you. See this house thing, I don't want to talk about it. Because, different people will say, landlord will say, this thing is expensive. Tenant will say, the rent is high. But it might get to a level where people will even be packing to their maternal and paternal homes to go and stay. For instance, if you're from Emoha, I told someone who drives Okada, who is from Emoha, I said, you're complaining of rent. You live in Emoha, you have free house in Emoha. He said yes. I said, okay, let me give you simple advice. Why not, when your rent expires here, move to Emoha is not far. That same bike, people come to Uniport to work in the morning, right? He said yes. I said, so fine, 1, 2, 3, 4 customers. You carry them to Uniport, they'll pay you money, right? You do your business within this environment, drive your Okada, make your money. When you're going back, you carry 2 people, they'll pay you. You go back to your maternal or paternal home. He said, hey, I said, you're making sense. I said, yeah. For you, because your own place is close, but for other people, they might find another solution. So it's a big issue, and it's complicated because we don't have low-cost houses again. Government is not building low-cost houses the way they used to build in those days. The population is also increasing. So I think there should be expansion in low-cost houses. Yes, good evening.
Hello, good evening, Maxwell.
Welcome, sir.
Yes, Max, you say you don't want to talk about the house thing. Maxwell, you have to talk, because I think if you are Ogun State or some state in the West where the assembly trying to legislate over, rent. It's just like the last caller that said that if it was the caller before him, he would do likewise. It's not true. It's conscious thing. You can't build your house 12 years ago and your 2-bedroom flat, you want to rent it for 1.2 million. Yeah, nobody invests in house and wants to get the money overnight. You can't. It takes you like 10 years. It's your property, it's your property. I tell you one thing, apart from the agent who goes about telling landlords to increase, any landlord that have conscience wouldn't increase like that. But if building the house today, and we know what cost of materials is in the market, and you're building the house today, like the way the agent, they call it virgin house. So if it is a virgin house, then you're putting the price. It's not an old woman house. You built 12 years ago. It's 2-bedroom. It doesn't have POP. It has nothing. You want to rent at 1.2 million. People are just naturally wicked. We Africans, so in Nigeria, so that this is the country. We are mean. It doesn't happen in the north. I'm sure most of this house thing will talk so much about. It's more here. You may not find it like that in the north. So it's not an issue. It's the issue of the landlord, the conscience of the landlord. Not really what the cost of the things are in the market, because you can't build a house and you want to get it in 5 years. It's not done that way. So I think you should talk about it. People have human face. I know a lot of people who rent their house moderately. No matter what caretaker tells them or what the agent tells them, they say no. They know how they build this house, and they know how human beings, people are buckling up.
Thank you, Doc. All right, good evening, your eyewitness report. Welcome.
Good evening, sir.
Yes, please.
My name is Ibu from Buguma.
All right.
My weakness about this landlord matter, this landlord matter, this accent is too much.
That's your eyewitness.
That's my eyewitness. Too much. Too much for us. It's too much. You want to pay us 2-bedroom flat for something like too much. You can invite the landlord and come to us. Let's talk about this matter.
Okay, someday we'll look at it. But I've talked about it before now. I have. We've talked about it before. Right? Please join the conversation. It's Eyewitness Report. What's your eyewitness? Good evening.
Hello, Mark.
Welcome, Chief.
Thank you. Let me chip in. This house rent of it. I think what is triggering house rent?
Chief,
economy.
We have left that place now. Give us your eyewitness.
Yes. I'm coming. Whether you build it 1960 or you build it recently, the economy is what triggers.
All right. Give me your eyewitness. Your eyewitness.
So now let me land before the eyewitness, please. When they buy a bag of rice, 100 and something, in those days, 1960, a bag of rice was not so. So you cannot be competing, say, or compare and say you that built 1960
all
and
right.
you build recently.
Now
whether
your
building or new
Chief.
building, so it doesn't matter.
Your eyewitness, please.
My eyewitness report, like as we usually complain, this road, this our ring road, is becoming abandoned project. I can see it like that because there is no more time for how many months now. It's not up to maybe, okay, let's say it's not up to a year. You see, so they don't have time again. They should do limits as they can be able to do, so that it can be motorable. We can be managing it during campaign. If they not do this road, this ring road, if this ring road is incomplete during campaign, it will worry. There will be no road for campaign, So they should come and start and complete it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Good evening.
Maxwell.
Sir?
Peter from Oyibo.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Therefore, yesterday, breaking yesterday, breaking today, I woke up in the night to hear an unusual noise, very loud noise, so loud that we cannot sleep in the night.
And I discovered that it was coming from the Eleme Petrochemical Complex. Me, I don't know if it is other areas. You know, where I live here, you know, here. Whatever is happening at that Indorama, it is like we find ourselves within that area. That is how it is. So, year in, year out, they will be giving out this to the people, the host communities around there. We who are suffering from this loud noise, from the flare, the chemical flare and all the rest. Because whatever is happening there, we here, we receive it too, and nobody is talking anything. The owners of that complex, they are not saying anything. It's very common. You hear how they share money to communities, the host communities, and Pajo, this and that within the LMA axis. And we who are here, nothing. Why is it so? Let them change their mind, because whatever the environmental impact of it, we are suffering from it too. So let them do something. Those of us living in Obibu, here. That's my eyewitness. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good evening.
Hello, Mark.
Yes, sir.
I greet you.
Welcome, sir.
Yes. My eyewitness report. My name is Kings.
Go ahead.
My eyewitness report is about the landlord and the tenants. The issue we are having in the landlord and tenant matter is the landlords, not the agents or the caretaker. Is the landlords. When they go to market and buy one piece of rod for 10,000 and buy one bottle of zinc for 400,000, after building the house, they raise the rent. The rent where you are supposed to pay 200,000, they raise it for 400,000. They calculated the money they use and buying zinc, the money they use and buy rod, the money they use and buy zinc. They calculated everything. They want to get it back in 2 years. It is not done that way. And when an agent tells them that what they are doing is wrong, they will walk you out of their house, tell you to get out of their house. Do you know how they managed to build the house? This is the problem we are having on the house issue. The house issue, it is the landlords that is increasing the rent, not the agent or the caretaker. It is the landlord, because you are not paying the money to the agent, you are not paying the money to the caretaker. You are paying to the landlord. The landlord will only tell you that this is what I want, because his neighbor has increased rent. He wants to increase too. Because of that, if you don't want to pay, you pack out. This is the issue. Thank you very much, Max.
All right. Please let us leave this landlord and tenant issue. Someday we'll talk about it. Let's face our eyewitness. Yes, good evening.
Hello, Mr. Makurebe.
Yes, sir. Welcome. Go ahead.
Yes, I'm Mr. Frank, the usual caller of your segment. Yes, my eyewitness is this. I've been complaining about this for a very long time. This year now, made up 10 years in our local government where I'm working. The overall salary 6 months since 2016. And it is the same chairman that was there that year is still there now. So we don't complain. We say, you guys application, you have done everything. I have not seen anything. That was number one. Then number two again, there's number 2 eyewitness. That SAG, former SAG to River State government, to Amechi, they shot his PA dead. It's a month, a long time about it. So I don't really know. I'm calling on River State government to set up a security. Let them investigate the kill of that man. They just kill the man for what the man not that is family. I think I can't hear this thing already. So it is alarming. And then again, this antenna issue. That is their own personal decision. That is why they don't want to expand the development to another nearby area. So people will leave there to go and live. So that they should increase the money area. Once they believe that somebody we have money to build house. You understand? So all these things are not things are very hard. And then again, I want our governor, because last week he promised us that he is going to give the local government workers December bonus within C1 naira. Then we have done our verification, our name, both our bank, everything is there. And this is just the beginning of the year. I'm pleading that issue. It should not neglect us, because now the 80 times started going to the 20 local government for the rally now that we should do another voter card. And nobody vote, it is not serious, because this 20 local government workers, let's look at we are not even successful. Most of the retirees, some have been retired like 10 years back, 20 years back. They never get their gratuity, surplus of pension. It's alarming. So that is my evidence, sir.
Thank you very much. Please keep the calls coming in. 0810 951. Even your messages, I'll take them, or just calm down. I'll take the messages, I'll take the voice notes. Zero 0810 9510 951. That's the number to call. And then to send in your messages, 0701 9339 962. Good evening.
Hello, Matt.
Welcome, Chief.
Yeah, in addition, sorry, you see, this I like to encourage tenants. Let them always comply with your landlord, cooperate with him, because
Solomon,
most of the times they are bad
Chief
character.
Solomon, we're out of that
the landlord to increase,
conversation.
to chase you away through the rate.
Thank you, Chief Solomon. We are not talking about landlord and tenants today. Imaman sent me some schools and health centers that needs rehabilitation in his community in Eche. UP Umaturumbeche, State School Akwakoche, State School Okoneche Ibudu, State School Okehitu, State School Umaturumbeche, GGSS Ndashi, State School Akwokabi, State School Umocham Ndashi, State School Umokum Ndashi, State School Eche Girls Ibudu, State School Obiteche, State School Umoye, State School Egbelubi Ndashi, CPS Umoye Ibudu, UPE Isu, State School Umwedele Ndashi, State School Amakumbeche, Health Center Umaturu Mbeche, General Hospital Okehi, Health Center Umede Mbeche, all need rehabilitation and government attention. Max, good evening. Since last year, December, till now, January, we've not had lights at Igruta. We don't even know when power grid collapse. Because we are in perpetual darkness. PhD, pity us and give Igruta light. I beg now. She sent in this one. So at least you give me light, so you know when National Grid or AFAM has collapsed and resurrected. Is that not so? But this one, if you don't have light, you won't know. Well, they're listening. Kano says, Max, it took. Okay, so it looks like the casting has been completed, but not yet open for motorists. About 4 p.m. this evening, the traffic jam was terrible on that route, NTA Dominion Road. Okay. If they finish working now, then they should open it so people can start using it. My eyewitness is about the NDDC solar light. I want to remind the contractor handling the installation of the light in Okomoko, Eche, to come and complete his work. Sometime last year, they came and put the base at Honorable Aristos Streets. They even stopped it halfway without getting to the end of the street. Up until now, the poles and the main light have not been fixed. Please, the contractor should come and complete the work. Marvelous. Thank you. 0810-951-0951. That's the number to call to be a part of the conversation. Okay. Good evening.
Good evening, man of the people.
Welcome.
Marvin from Port Harcourt.
Yes, sir.
You see these bike people, these commercial bike people and Okada people, Keke people. They should be careful because if you from your village or you from your state come to another person's state or you go to another person's village to hustle, you are supposed to use their initiative. You don't allow the situation in the country to get into your head and you go and kill yourself on the road. You see trailer coming on high speed and you just enter. You thought the trailer is a small vehicle that can just match brake like that. Look at what is happening on the major roads, especially from Rumola, you are coming to NTA. You see these Keke boys, they are driving as if they are the only one that can take something. If you are taking something, don't you know that other folks were also taking the same thing you are taking? So you thought you are the only one is under the influence of something that you can do anyhow. You see this partition where you cross and get to the other side of the road. They use that side to cross to the other side. But they will not even give those who are driving indication that they want to use that small partition that you use to cross to the other side. They will just match brake and before you know this. And those things can cause serious accidents. And people will not, and people are in their keke, they will not tell that this thing you are doing is not good. Why will you just match brake in front of a moving vehicle with speed? They should be careful, except they want to die for nothing. Let me leave that. I want to go to this concerning the house rent in Port Harcourt. Look, do you know that several people have empty houses in their villages and they are very close to Obiakpo and Port Harcourt, which they're supposed to stay in their house and come to Port Harcourt and work and go back. But because of the deliberate, so I keep on crying of African leaders and Nigeria especially, they deliberately neglected the security situation. Do you know that is because of this gangsterism that makes some people to remain in the city? They have empty rooms, nobody living in. I'm telling you the truth.
Thank you,
but
sir.
Because of you cannot from Port Harcourt. All right, thank you, my brother.
Thank you. Hey, this is well, eh? Zero 0810-951-0951. All right. Good evening.
Okay, Master.
No in the building.
Yes, now I think we are on what's on your mind.
Report.
Okay, eyewitness.
Okay.
Okay, Mas, you see, this matter where we dey talk about this light, we since we don't hear say the national grid they collapse every 2 days because all the billions of naira wey dem the budget for this light they carry give minister of power. I don't know. Rather than they give them, I don't know. Then they collapse the money put for their personal pocket. And as they collapse the money put for their personal pocket, where we know they see light, they don't go see say make we no pay for the light. And we are paying for darkness. No month where we dey from the 1st to 30th or 31st where light no come. Where NEPA go say, this month, or PHED, I don't know what they call it. Say, this month we will not give on a light, make on a no pay. You go see them. That time when they don't know, say they don't give on a light. That time is that the day before they come do disconnection, that they increase them to 6 persons because they know say people don't they arrange fight the way for them. They will come plenty come so that they will get the manpower to withstand any pressure where they come. Is that not bloody light robbery? Is that not criminal? This is to the citizens of this country. And we dey talk this thing every day from presidency, country state. Nobody, we know nobody they even talk to him about this light matter. How long are we going to continue like this? Our president is busy traveling up and down, leave all the whole problem wey full for this country wey go attend to. No light, no good road, fuel is too high, fuel is too cost, everything. And we don't have anybody, just as if we don't have leaders. Only when we get leaders and when they won't come live for us for campaign or they want something from the masses, they want to come and lie for you. That is when they will come and tell you that we want to do like this, they will come and lie and people want to come and listen to them. Me, I'm just tired of this country. Assuming say assist my children to move to the nearby country. I will just I'm thinking of it because this country we don't talk. No remedy. If this say the country don't finish, don't
finish. Thank you, no. Thank you. The country is still there. The country is me and you. Yes, there are leadership issues, but the country never finished. Resources where they here. You want to live for who now?
That's good evening, Mr. Ability Studios from Rumosin. My eyewitness report is about these Agboro people. It is too much. Every stop in River State, in fact, this Obiapo, it is too much. Or will I even say from Choba to Rumokoro, it is worse. If there's anything more than worse, I would have used it. Imagine at Olabanki Junction, you see people taking money from bike. You go to Rumosi Junction, you see people taking money from bike. You go to Rumekini Junction, the same thing. So a bike man cannot carry somebody a drop and want to buy something around Rumekini Junction. They will not take money from the person. They will also even drag the bike with you if you don't give them money. Even when you explain to them that you don't run around this area, you brought someone to buy something, they want to still drag the bike with you. You must pay them. It is too much. And even the same official Agboro, those ones that stay around the Obrikore area, where do they want people to stop? So someone going to airport and all the rest that is coming from Urumokoro or from Maitre that wants to stop around that place, where will the person stop? But you see them wanting to walk car. Every stop, every junction. We are complaining about the ones at Urumokoro Junction. Now you have them everywhere. From Choba to Urumokoro, everywhere you stop, there is Agboro. Where do we stop? What do we do? Please, it is too much. The government should do something about it. We have the official ones, we have the unofficial ones. How do we do?
Thank you. All right, let me take this. Yes, good evening. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, please.
Good evening.
Go ahead, sir.
My name is Urene Sampson. I'm calling from the city of Abua Udua in Amago.
All right, go ahead.
My weakness report is to call the attention of my local government chairman, led by Owolopi. It's high time you do something concerning the light of Emago Kugbo clan. That clan cannot continue to be on like a clan that is not part of River State. As I talk to you, my people, and without no light, I hear people complain of without no light for some days, months. But I'm telling you, for decades, when I mean decades, there is no light in that clan. Yet we have been having local government chairman upon local government chairman. This is the son of Owolopi. I am begging you, even though you're not hearing me, those that are working with you, they are hearing my voice. I am begging you in God's name. High time for you to do something. As I talk to you, no good drinking water in that clan. No access road. No health care. I don't understand what is going on. I'm one person who normally travel across the 23 SG. Do you know what I find out? Just like one of the villages just tried out. That is as if out, or I don't want to call them Agboro. It's based on there is no job in the state. No job. What is the 23 LG local government chairman doing to ensure that they engage our vibrant youth? Go across River State, not see accusation to engage vibrant youth. No industry.
Thank you very much.
But yet all we know is all about politics. You play politics with everything.
Thank you, sir.
You could see, morning, just drive your vehicle, more especially my 3 bus stop. I use my 3 bus stop as an example. Just drive your vehicle there. See young guys that will come, seeking for money, not close to 7 persons. If only our stadium, and the stadium is functioning.
Thank you.
Civic center is functioning.
It's okay. Yes, good evening. Go ahead. Can you speak up, sir, please? Thank you.
Okay, Max, I want to ask, is there any law in police station where you want to pass, you will come down with bike and push in Nigeria. Because I want to know, police station at Ozuzu, yeah. Each time you want to pass, you must come down and push. And if peradventure you are you don't know, and peradventure you pass there now, they will catch you and they will take the go and bring paper. At the end of the day, they will charge you and take money from you. And that's what happened there. Every day, that's what they are doing. So what I want to know, is there any law? There's no fight, there's nothing. Just like that. Even though you can't rebuild, you must come down there and push. That's how they used to stop people in that place. So if the people can help, I don't know, I want to know if there is a law. If when you want to pass, you push your bike before you pass.
All right. Thank you, sir.
So this is terrible.
Thank you. All right, let's take some voice notes.
Good evening, Mas. My eyewitness is on this VRO guys. They are back on the road with full force. Since late last year, I stopped seeing them on the road. So I thought they've left the road based on the court judgment barring them not to be on the road and not to stop any vehicle. But I'm surprised that this year they came back with full force. Is it that they are not aware of the court judgment? Or is it the Nigeria usual thing of the leaders not obeying court orders and the followers are following suit? I don't know what is wrong. I don't know what is wrong with this country called Nigeria. Your own law, you cannot obey it. Need the same thing Nnamdi Kanu is preaching to them. Your own law, you create law, yet you cannot obey the law. Well, I'm not stopping for them. And I'm waiting the day any of them will enter my vehicle, the front of my vehicle. Anything that the person sees, the person will take. Frank from Brooklyn.
Frank, please don't hit anybody, please. Don't hit anybody. Thank you.
My concern is about this house rent of 18. I don't know, when you build a house, no matter the amount you spent in building the house, is it only 1 year you want to use and collect all the rent? I think house rent is a kind of a lifetime something. It's something that you collect till you leave this world. Even when you are not more around, your children will still collect. Even your children will still collect the rent. So I don't really know. I think some people are just being wicked by raising the rent to what people cannot pay. I don't understand. It's a lifetime something. So let them calm down. It's God that bless them for them to be able to build their house. And I believe that God will bless everybody too to build one day. So that's what I want to just contribute.
All right. This one says, Max, good evening. My eyewitness, robber snatched a lady's bag with a red Corolla car this morning before dawn on Ada Judge Road before my eyes around Market Square while I was jogging simply because there was no street light. Everywhere was so dark. Please, government should do something concerning the street lights on our road. Okay. Can be said, Max, good evening. You say government can send 50K and above. We are common people now. I have your account details. I will wire you what the common man can do. River said you should don't tire me. That's why I'm not calling again. Bear with me. All right, thank you. All right. Thank you. Abigail says, I want to talk about the house rent of 18. Agents have really finished people, and some landlords intentionally want to be wicked. Increment is not the issue, but the way they increase it is alarming. Imagine increasing rent from 200,000 to 350 at my lodge at Alakaya as how now for old house with them built 15 years ago. You know, this house thing, one major, you know, that's when I talk about everything rise and falls on leadership, you know, that's where it stems from. That's the truth. If government goes into mass building of houses, at least they can take a look at sectors that they can build for. One bedroom, two bedroom, for civil servants, for doctors, for nurses. UPTH is building for their workers. Uniport is also building for their workers. If that massive housing project is done, and then please, if they want to build low-cost houses, I will encourage they don't build bungalows. To save land, they build 4 5-story building. So you can decide to do one bedroom apartment. Maybe the ground floor 10, first floor 10, second floor 10, or you can do 20-20, or you can do 50-50. You know, the architects and the engineers knows better. Once that is done, you'll be able to accommodate a lot of people, and you also save land. My witness is about our bad road at Umucholu Farm Road. Please, we need the presence of the state government, local government, and the NDDC. Ugochukwu, thank you. Lucky Ebras village in Ahoda West, we are in slavery in the hands of cult groups that has taken over Ekpeye land. Please, government should help us. All right, thank you. Ovogo Health Center is dilapidated. The building, no light for 13 years, no road. Government should help us. Mwabweze Uti from Ovogo. All right. I think that's much you can take, right? Don't worry, we'll talk about this house rent thing. We'll see where the problem is coming from. Okay? How long should, what is there any prescription? Should there be any prescription as to when and how a landlord should increase rent? That's why government needs to be in this business. Do you understand what I'm saying? When government is in any business, they can now, you know, try as much as they can to regulate it so that private individuals don't take advantage. Because the most important reason why government should be in business is so that the private individuals don't take advantage of it. The demand is high and we don't have enough. That's the problem. So if you push enough into the system, naturally prices will crash. If you keep your houses, I saw a particular house that they renovated recently. It's an old house. I've been passing there, but they renovated it recently. And then I'm hearing 1 million, 1 point something. And I'm wondering for this self-con, 1 point something. I go, is it not to go and look for land in Abarache? Buy one small and do a batch on top. If, for those who drive Okada, who are bus drivers, if you're from Oyigbo, if you're from Emoha, if you're from Eche, maybe I can advise you. If you're from Igbo Eche, I can advise you. If you have your ancestral home there, I can advise you. You come to Port Harcourt, do your business. When you're done, you drive your keke bus and go back home. Drive your Okada and go back home. I think it will help a whole lot. Instead of coming down here, renting an apartment, and then in Igbo Eche, you also have, that's your maternal or paternal home, you also have a free house there. If you are young, even if you are married, Igbo Eche is even very busy now. So if you are from there, and that place you won't believe is, that place, it's a bubble for night. Oh. So if you have your ancestral house there, what are you coming to live here for now? Renting self-con here, 700k, 500k. When you have your ancestral home, you can save that money to even help you to build another house in your ancestral home. We'll take a short break and come back for security, and you will look at, you know, the extent of the pattern of criminality in this 21st century in Nigeria. Ukechi Smith will be with us. Stay with us. Don't go.
The station with the...
As the voice of the people, we make sure that no one misses out. On Today 95.1 FM, there's something for everyone.
Our tech show, because tech is new money. Our kids show, because we love the little ones.
Our Gospiration, because it's the moment of truth. Our High Life show, because high life is vintage.
Our sports show with the adrenaline. Our midnight show, because we care about your love life.
Our Nostalgia Drive, because old is gold. Our show for young people, because Gen Z code is on.
Our Pidgin Bit, because na Naija we dey. Our book review, because books are a mirror. Our big stories, because big things only.
Our health shows with seasoned health experts, because we care that you're healthy. Our eyewitness report, because we want to hear from you. Our reggae show, because Rastafari.
One love.
What's a successful business without sales? And what is sales without an audience? Well, do you know that you can reach 8 million listeners across 6 states in 2 geopolitical zones all at once? How? With Today 95.1 FM, you can get millions of people to know about your business. And what does that mean to you? More sales. Call 081 389 2850 now for more information.
You may not realize it, but do you know you can always show your love for others with simple gestures? Here are some of them. Always look for the good in people. There are 2 sides to every story. We have our good and bad sides. So, look for the good in people. Focus on people's potential. Everyone has potential. So, rather than put them down, help them realize it. Choose to love. If you're given an option between giving love and receiving love, choose giving because that is a more practical choice. Treat everyone as equals. This means letting go of all the prejudice and partiality. See people for who they really are, not their jobs, not their apparels or bank accounts. If everyone does this, then the world will be a better place. Love yourself. You cannot give what you don't have. So, before you try to love other people, love yourself first. Forgive. We all make mistakes. So, whether it's a family or a stranger, the best way of showing love is forgiveness. Everyone deserves a second chance. Show compassion. Care for other people. Care for what they are going through. Do what you can to help. Give back to the community. Remember that a single drop of water can cause countless ripples. That donation, no matter how small, can inspire others to do the same. Smile, even to strangers. Remember that you're never fully dressed without a smile. So, do not underestimate the power of a smile. Not only does it lighten up your face, it will also brighten up another person's day. Be the spark of positivity you want to see. When you smile, the whole world smiles with you. This message is brought to you by Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
All right, so like I said earlier, crime patterns in the 21st century, human trafficking will be our focus. We have Okechi Smith-Thibia, who is a security expert, a crime analyst. He's the CEO, MD, Snow.net Nigeria Limited, a security company. And when it comes to cybersecurity, he's also an expert in that particular area. And then you talk about city surveillance. He propounded that practical, innovation. Communities can adopt it. Schools can adopt it. Local government can adopt it. The state can adopt it. That's why it's called city surveillance. When they say city, it does not mean only where you have skyscrapers. Anywhere human beings are inhabiting, towns, villages, is a city. Is that not so? Good to have you, sir. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Maswell. Good evening, listeners. Welcome to our program. Once again, Mr. Maswell, you will have to look at contemporary criminality. Every time we talk about crime, we talk about criminals, we talk about how crime has evolved and all that. And we still use somehow the traditional method in fighting the contemporary crime, which is the contemporary criminality. I made something for a particular organization. You see, most times I don't know how other organizations outside this country will over time look for solutions for something that has not even happened, or probably something that has happened. But here, things will just come and go. Things will just come and go. After 2019, the COVID-19, we just felt that, in our own side, in this side of the world, we finished COVID-19 and we continued the life. Okay. I was so surprised that a particular organization outside this country wrote to talk about they needed a solution. It was a research on contemporary criminality after 2019 COVID-19. After the COVID-19 shift, what has happened to crime? How did it affect crime? Personally, I never thought of that until I got that research offer. How did it affect crime? Did crime reduce? Did crime increase? How did it affect people? Behavioral and all of that.
So you started looking into it.
And we started looking into it. While looking into it, I said, wow, something has actually happened. There was a great shift after COVID-19 and all of that. But here, we just stopped at the palliative. After that palliative period, buying of what was that called machine? That machine we're buying, churches were donating and all of that. At the end of it, we stopped, and that has been the problem. When things happen, we stopped. So we're looking at contemporary criminality, and contemporary criminality simply means modern day crime. The forms, the pattern, method, motivations of crime as they exist in today's world, shaped by technology, globalization, social change, and economic pressure. You see, this is what contemporary criminality means. Now, let's break it down. Let me just come a little bit on that background on that contemporary criminality so that we can go to probably where we have. Because last week we talked about contemporary criminality, but we took that topic of kidnapping. Now we're talking about contemporary criminality, but we're going to look at the human trafficking area side of it. Now we need to bring a background, and I say let's break it down clearly. The security, now I said contemporary criminality refer to crime committed in the present era that are different in structure, tools, impact from traditional crime of the past. That's why I said this is contemporary criminality. Things happening, we still use the traditional way to solve the problem. These crimes are are more complex, they are more organized, often technology driven, frequently cross-border, harder to detect and prosecute. I was talking to a group of security personnel, and we were looking at vehicle tracking security. So while I was doing that class with them, they still have this opinion that before vehicle is stolen, probably there had to be a physical damage, probably breaking the door or a windscreen or something inside of it, using what is it called, magic key, all of universal keys and all that. But there is a magnetic wave now that these guys can just hold and pass through your vehicle. The door will just open automatic and they get access to the vehicle. And if it is keyless, I mean, these are information. So, but the truth is that the people there still thinks they still have not gotten to this point of information that the magnetic wave can actually open those doors, and somebody will just enter your car, see if it's his own, without even struggling for a second.
Nobody around will suspect.
Exactly, because he never struggled for a system, so you just enter and go. So that's why the contemporary criminality are more organized. They are often technology driven, harder to detect. Crime has evolved, and so have criminals. What are the key characteristics of contemporary criminality? We'll look at the smartphones, we'll look at the social media, dark web, cryptocurrencies, encrypted messaging app, example, online fraud, cyber security, digital identity theft. Now, organized and network. So this is what contemporary criminality is. So we need to really know what they are. Now, transactional in nature, they are border, no longer stop crime. Criminals operate across country, funds move digitally, victims may be in different nations. Money laundering, arms trafficking, cyber fraud. What are the economic motivator? You have poverty, you have unemployment, and you have inequality that fuels modern crime. Examples: you have kidnapping for ransom, internet scam, illegal. These are contemporary criminality. Like we say, we are going to be taking them one after the other. Examples of contemporary criminality: let's see, we have cybercrime, which is here, we have the kidnapping, you have the human trafficking, you have terrorism and banditry, oil theft and pipeline vandalism, political thuggery. You can see in the traditional time we don't have political thuggery as part of the contemporary criminality, but today there are insider threat in organization, courtesan, urban, and all that. So these are contemporary criminality that we're going to be looking at one after the other. And for today, we'll be looking at human trafficking in Nigeria. That is a pattern. Now, I said understanding human trafficking. Definition and core. Human trafficking is a clandestine criminal enterprises involving the recruitment, transportation, transfer, harboring, or receipt of persons, by means of force, fraud, coercion, deception, or abuse of power for exploitation. Now, that is just what human trafficking is. What are the forms of human trafficking? You have the sexual exploitation, you have the labor exploitation, you have the child trafficking, you have the forced marriage, and you have organ trafficking. That's what human trafficking is. Before, when we hear about human trafficking, we hear it across board. It's usually crime that is committed in. You hear somebody has been somebody has traveled to some countries, maybe Italy and all of that, and that is how this happened. But that's still why we still don't understand the evolving crime, which is the contemporary crime. Now, human trafficking are also internal. Those days you hear people say, maybe they go to the village, they say we want to carry your children to outside the country. They want to, they give this offer and all that. But today, people go to the village and say they are going to from the rural area to the urban area. They carry your children. They come here. They put them in a sachet water factory instead of taking them to school. You see child labor and all of that. We still see them on the road as we still drive. Some of them, the parents doesn't even know where those children are. So human trafficking has gotten to that, and we look at it from 2010 to 2016, the patterns and that. So I have here 2010 to 2015, formal network and traditional routes. What are the formal network? Human trafficking was dominated by cross-border. That's like what I was saying. You hear it outside the country, maybe from one of the West African countries and all that. But in 2016 to 2029, expansion and organized crime linkage. Now you have human trafficking increasingly is not an organized crime, it's not a business model. Criminal syndicate establishes recruitment hubs in urban centers such as our own Lagos and Port Harcourt and all that. They use fraudulent documents and fake travel agencies. Depends on this. Now, I have over time talked to youths. When you stay here and you hear people that are abroad, they give you all the heavens that that they say they're experiencing and they're enjoying. No doubt, there is an organized society. There's no doubt. It is actually an organized society. But life is not as easy as it is, the way they explain it. Something happened in one time. There's a particular uncle that I've never met live as in growing up, but we were told he lives in a particular country then, why. So, fortunately, something happened that took me to that place. So him not knowing that I've actually gotten there, so I started looking for him because he been an uncle we've been hearing about. So I started looking for him, and I got to a point where they told me, no problem, you will see your uncle, because I had to meet somebody that knows him. It's okay, come, you will see your uncle, but I wouldn't want him to see you, okay, but you will see him. So when that time comes, he took me to that joint, and I sat and all that. After about a few minutes, I saw ice cream vehicle, coming poppy with all those music and all that. I say it's the uncle that is driving that particular ice cream vehicle, and the people at the back were selling ice cream. I never believed that, but I actually saw my uncle, but he didn't see me. Till today, he didn't even know. Okay,
so he was one driving the vehicle.
Yeah. So what he does is that ice cream, and he's a big uncle, I must tell you. So what I'm trying to say
is he progressing here?
That's what. If he's progressing here, he'll be coming home every time. He wouldn't stay there for almost 30 years without not coming home. So what are you doing in a person's place for 20 years, 10 years, 15 without coming? Means that if you come, you might not be able to go back. You can't make the expenses of coming back. See, I tell you, people are also suffering there. So I'm just trying to tell you a crime pattern of human trafficking. The promises there, most are not real. 80% are not real. So that's why when sometimes the youth comes, like somebody came around November or December, he said he's looking for almost close to 10 million. He said if he sees it, nah, he's going to outside the country, I said, come. if you see 10 million, you use it to go to that. With even 2 million here, you give yourself 6 months, you will even get more than that. If not even, you will even be more comfortable. Why not just think of what you do here? But lots of opportunities. What I'm trying to say is a place that is fine, like we say, but it's not as rosy as they promise you. So the jobs there, in fact, we have people there that doesn't also have jobs. Our people there, they don't also have jobs. So how can somebody tell you that once you touch there, you get a job? Okay, so these are the pattern that you need to really know that this thing is not what it used to be. So we need to be very careful. I remember those days where in the evening like this, from 8, that's when you see some people. As in some, we call it African brothers. That's when you see African brothers will come out from their factories, the factories where they are. Because you don't have the required documents, you have to be seated in a factory where you just walk from, because you can't come out. So it's only in the night you can come out. And not just going far. You just maybe probably meet 1 or 2 of your African brothers or thereabouts. So life is not as easy as it is the way there. That's why most times when they talk, I used to tell them, I say, tell that to your friend to snap where he lives and send to me. I want to see exactly where he lives. So what are the pattern? The pattern is the recruiters posing as visa and flight facilitators. The recruiters post like visa and flight facilitator. Most times these people that are posing as visa and flight facilitators, some of them has not even traveled outside this country. So most times when people give you offer, you need to ask them, why? I mean, for you, don't you need this money? I've said this in one of my classes. I told the student, I said, when we're growing up, they told us in primary school then that there is this guy that does magic, and he's coming to do some magic, and he will make he will bring money. In his magic, he will do most of these things. I'm just trying to tell you how these things. So they asked us to pay money that time. I can't remember, but we paid money as students to see to invite the man that will come and do magic and do all of that, and he will bring money. He will turn money to this. Depends on what we are told. But I said, do you know that we were waiting for this particular guy, and until a particular person came, and the principal then took him to his office, and we're watching. And me personally, as inquisitive mindset then, I was watching the man that they say he can make money, he can turn money to this, he's a magician and all that. So when he was coming, he wasn't dressed properly, he was so tattered. I mean, I now calculated the little amount we paid. And I say, if this man has the power to make money, to turn money, to do magic and do all they have hyped him that he can do, he probably would have done this for himself now first. And as he's coming here now, he probably will come with a limousine, so that we now know that this particular person can actually do this. But coming without nothing, I mean, he's coming to collect our small money that they say we should pay. So what we're trying to say is, those persons, the recruiters that are posing, giving you those promises, some of them has not gone outside this country. In 2024, okay, let me say 2023 to 2020 to 2023, COVID-19 shift and internal trafficking sparked. Now, pandemic restrictions and all of that, after COVID-19, the pattern of trafficking sparked, shifted from what it used to be to another. Now, before COVID-19, it used to be outside the country, but after COVID-19, we now had an internal trafficking where one can take your child to another side and maybe promise you to Ghana, promise you to Togo and all that. So the pattern is movement of vulnerable youth from rural to urban area with false promises. You know, you hear people promising you this and that. It is not done. Like I have said, if a person is a magician that they told us that time we were in school, that when he comes, he will make money, and we contributed our money, and the man was coming with patron pass, and I was imagining, why did he not come with limousine? So if a person is promising you that you can make this money from point to point, you ask him, why have you not made this? So in 2014 to 2016, now traffickers now use social media, messaging apps, and fake job website. Pattern shows targeted recruitment of unemployed graduates, use of cryptocurrencies, payment, and encrypted communication. You see, I have said one of the drivers of crime, where we cannot run away from, is unemployment. We keep saying unemployment, and what are we going to do? Because in a person that is living in a survival mood, there's nothing you can do. It just sometimes it is based on upbringing. You just have to endure some things based on the family name and where you're coming from. But not everybody had this good upbringing. That's why sometimes, like there was something we did one certain time, and someone was, talking to these boys that clean wipe ice cream and all that. He said, "Get out of there," I said, no, don't take them that way. In as much as I don't like it. Yes, but you are talking that they are not properly trained. Some of them don't even know their father. Some don't even know their mother. Some don't even know both parents. They just discover that they grew up from their grandmother that couldn't even, before you know, after 11, 10 years, they just ran from their grandmother and find themselves probably in one urban city and start living life. They don't even know what you call crime and all that. So it is the responsibility of the society, if we have an organized society, to really take care of that. But then, what we're talking about is the targeted people, they are unemployed, graduates. And that is why we need to put eye to see what to do. And the pattern is online grooming, exploitation, network, facial financial transactions. Yesterday we heard in the news that the Nigerian police arrested some organization or some group that does data and data shifting or something, as in illegal data thing, and that is worth about 7 billion. Yeah, that's good money. Now this is where contemporary crime has taken us to between 2024 to 2026. Imagine someone setting up an organization. He said they recovered over 400 laptops or 400 systems, as in to tell you that is an organized crime, where you just have people, what technology can do. You just have people that build this kind of high technological advancement procedure and processes to track data of communication companies and sell. And it's also data. It's not like when they sell it will no longer do what they sell it as data, and they make 7 billion. So that tells you the level of contemporary criminality, the level where these things are going to. So we need to be very careful, and the pattern is online grooming, every day. In fact, somebody told me that there's something they do in TikTok at night. You come live. You just come live, and that live thing, anyhow you can come anyhow. You understand? So, and I said how he was showing me something. This is exactly what they call online grooming. That life, you can come anyhow you want to come. You understand what I mean? So this is online grooming. They post these things, they do these things. You think that They tell you what they are making, and sometimes they don't even do that. They don't even get much of that. But what they are doing is they are grooming you. They want to see how they can exploit you. They want to see, they post some of these financial transactions and all that. So that is the pattern. Now, typical recruitment and grooming strategy. How do they do that? Traffickers use psychological manipulation, including false job offer, modeling, hospitality, caregiving jobs abroad with high pay. I've said it here. It's not as easy as that too. In fact, even when you are a doctor here, a lawyer here, I'm talking of professional courses. Even when you go there, you still have to do some courses. So
yes, you do.
before they will allow you to do something. This one that we can drive here, we have been driving here for the past 20, 30 years. You think you're a driver?
Then you go there.
I'm talking of just a driving walk. So when you go there, you have to learn how to drive. This one we're doing here is just those things we used to do in PS3 and PS4. When you go there, by the time they give you car to drive or to test you, you fail 10 times and you just be imagining what were you doing here with car. So how is it? So the thing is not as easy as that's exactly what we're trying to say, and you can hear it here that false jobs is just there. Then be it social media and online at Facebook, WhatsApp, Instagram, TikTok for targeted recruiter, fake testimonial, glamour pictures to lure the youth. These are the things we're saying. We just show these things just to see that they lure you. Now, the transport network, the bus drivers, taxi drivers, even some of these e-hailing operators often assist movement from checkpoint to another. Sometimes these guys are they make friends with some of the people on the road. So most times they could just do all of this human trafficking to go. Now, peer recruitment is another one. Friends recruit friends. Trust is exploited. Often involves sharing deceptive success story. Here, what is I wouldn't say it's raining now, but what is common now is what they say is hookup. Yeah, they call it hookup. And they give you all these stories. This is part of human trafficking. They give you all these stories. Here now you're doing a job that they are paying you 100,000 naira. That's what you can just get in one day. Not even in 1 hour. Sometimes in a day you can get 500,000. In a day, they keep quoting these things, and as they keep giving these success stories, and you just look at them. How can a person ordinarily get that in 1 hour? Okay, fine. If that happens, what kind of job are you doing? Even if it's the leaders, the political leaders, are they paid 100,000 per hour? Before we talk of, you get this thing per hour, you get this thing per day. This is how per group recruits themselves. And that's why you see that sometimes you hardly find people to even do a real job. Exactly. Because when they come, they say, you're paying us 500,000, you're paying us this, you're paying us that. My friend is in Lagos, they are paying him this, we are paying her this. These are just what it is. So they give those deceptive success stories, and as such, you begin to live your own work and wants to follow them. And before you know, you do the hookup, and now sometimes it doesn't favor. We've just lost few persons, even one just recently. Exactly. And it happens to come from even my local government, unfortunately. So that is what it is. Now, vulnerability factors. Why people are targeted? Why are people targeted? Human trafficking pattern exploit unemployment and poverty. That's the primary driver. I have said it. Lack of awareness of trafficking method. Family pressure to earn income. You see, yes, is there, because when in this side of the world, it just recently parent is beginning to shift a little bit from their children being their retirement income. Retirement package. They are shifting a little. It's just the awareness now, because in Africa or this side of the world, we see our children to be our retirement package. Yeah, so that when I train them, they will train me. And when I train them, they will train me.
Forgetting that they too, when they grow up and they get married, they will have responsibilities.
Exactly what it is.
So how will they be able to take care of their own responsibility and also take care of yours?
Exactly. Even you that is training me, that wants me to be your retirement package, are you a retirement package to the person that So it has always been like that. So now the family pressure to earn income, when the family manage to train you from primary, secondary to university, actually they have tried. Ordinarily the government would have taken it over from there and see how they can fix you. You know, this is what our people enjoyed. The people that really know that, most of them enjoy this thing, because when they finish, I remember when my other sister just finished her nursing thing, she just entered immediately. There was nothing like application and all that. She just entered. So educational gap, unaware of the risk. Some persons do not know the risk. Poor border security enforcement, their pattern, youth desperation for better life abroad. Is this our better life abroad? We need to really know what to do. It is not as what it is. What are the important inside? The trafficker does not need force if they can exploit hope. Exactly what they need to exploit. What are the high risk area and routes? Now for the internal pattern, the rural to urban migration. You see, like this festive period that just passed, some people have gone to the village. They went to the village, they say they are coming back, and my friend needs somebody that will stay with him or her. As such, you take them from there, not knowing that they are coming to, is a part of trafficking, because by the time they bring you there, what are they going to do? They put you in a place, put you where you sell sachet water, put you where you do one child labor, and at the end of the day, they pay them, they pay your parents a token and all that, and that continues like that. Now, a cross-border route, you have Nigeria to Benin, you have Togo, you have Ghana, and you know, most of our people now are going to that place, Ghana. Before it used to be Libya, Benin Republic, and Togo, but now you see here Ghana, and what are our people going to do in Ghana? It's not like you don't go and do things there, but then most of these traffickings are there. I think late last year, over 22 girls or something were, being repatriated, that also coming from that they got from Ghana and all that. Now, this is what it is. Nigeria, okay, we've done that. What are the hotspots? Hotspots are border town. We've talked about the urban slum. We talked about the transit hub, bus park, remote border, and parts. Now, if you go out to places like most of those under flyovers, if you go there by this time, you see people sleeping under the
they
flyovers.
Have nets.
They have everything. In fact, in the morning you pass, you don't see them. They've removed those things. See, if you go to some of these flyovers, like that of Ikoku, Rumokoro, Rumola, if you go there around 4 a.m., you find over 30 persons sleeping under the flyover. Sleeping comfortably. I don't know where with everything. In the morning, they will remove them. Now, this kind of people, that place is a hotspot. Anybody that goes there to give them hope, that's where sometimes they go to recruit them there. Because if they go there and give them hope, all those guys are looking for is just hope. Where you can tell them that, come, I can take you to Ghana, I can take you to Togo, I can take you to any of these countries where you will just be doing, just to serve a messy man. They will pay you so amount. So serve a this, they will pay you this. As such, once they agree and you move them there, those are hot spots in that area. So that's why we still ask and we still say it. The government will need to come to think of how employment will be generated for her people, because when people are employed, I can tell you crime will reduce. We keep saying this every time, and last 2 days or thereabout, there is an announcement that the governor approved 5,000 jobs. And you see, people are happy, congratulating him and doing fine. Imagine that's 5,000 jobs for the civil service. Now, imagine where we have a cassava plantation, processing plant that is around Dobibo farm. Imagine that place is working well and effectively working, and we have like 500 persons. Imagine the string company that is just beside us here. We have like 500 persons. The rice farm, the Songhai farm, the Buguma fish farm. Mr. Maxwell, we have these things, and imagine that they are working, and we just have 500 persons, 500 persons added to the 5,000. You can imagine how many persons that's going to be lifted there now. And in those factories, that's direct employment. Now, the indirect employment is that anywhere you see, even if you see 10-15 persons, you see another person beside that is doing mama put, because definitely they have to eat.
Usually the indirect employment is even sometimes more
than direct. If a person is building a house, go to where they are doing foundation. Just one person, just an individual laying foundation in his house. You will see 3-4 mama puts shop, they are vendors,
water,
coming to sell,
drinks,
coming to do all of that. Those ones are indirect.
We're out of time, Mr. Smith. We're out of time. Thank you very much. Follow him on Facebook, Ukechi Smith Dibia, UKECHI. Smith, SMITH, Dibia, DIBIA. He's the MD CEO of Snow.net Security Nigeria Limited. Of course, he proposed the city surveillance. He is a crime analyst, a security expert, cyber security expert also. Next week, Thursday, we'll proceed the part 2 of this conversation, so stay with us then. All right, also follow me on Facebook, Lucky Maxwell, LUCKYMAXWELL. Good evening.
Stay informed, stay ahead. Tune in to Today 95.1 FM for the latest news and exciting sports updates. Your trusted source for everything you need to know. Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Unleash the power of the airwaves with the ultimate radio experience. Tune in to Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Don't just listen, immerse yourself.
That is 100% true.
The station with the...
As the voice of the people, we make sure that no one misses out. On Today 95.1 FM, there's something for everyone.
Our tech show, because tech is new money. Our kids show, because we love the little ones.
Our gospiration, because it's the moment of truth.
I don't know what you are doing at this moment. I've got someone that I can assure you love listening to, because he wants to take us down memory lane. He wants to tell us the story of his, like they say, from the grass to that grace, as it were. It is Global Sports Updates. My name is Godwin A. Nakena. Like I said, whatever you're doing right now, I need you to spare the best of your 13 minutes, 14 minutes, 15 minutes with us right here on the show. Because I have a young man, they used to call him Chindo. Yes, when he was playing for Nigeria. Gabba Lawa is our guest on the show. My name is Godwin Enak, and it's Global Sports Update. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, Gabba Lawa will be right here. Welcome back. Global Sports Updates. Gabba Lawa Chindo is right here. Gabba, how are you doing?
Good, Gordon. Good to have me on show anyway.
It's like these days you are scared. This time I call you that I want to talk to you.
No, I'm not scared. You keep on bombarding me with questions. You know, when you said 10 minutes, it's 40 minutes. So that's why I'm scared. I don't know. Maybe it's an hour today. I don't know. but I have your time. Don't worry. Okay. Don't worry about that.
Now, the first question will be, talk us through how you started playing football.
Yeah, my first journey was there was a coach called Ade. When you call Sandino Gugu, those days UNTL 80s. So he's a coach, and he has passion to coach young generation, young players, like of Rashidi Akini, Tijani Wabangira, and myself. You know, when he took Rashidi Akini to UNTL 83, that is when I get to his football club. His football club, then there's no academy. That's why I started. He was skillful, very skillful player. When you ask Nagogo from the flank, left or right, is there always, and he's the man of discipline. When Nagogo say training 7 o'clock, when you call 7 minutes past 1, you're not going to train at all. So you know that I believe that discipline making of me from his philosophy and methodology. From there, I move into NUB 89 as a young player, very tiny, very skinny. But I have one thing in me. I have the resilience and the accuracy to shoot ball in 25, 35, 40 yards.
Now, Gabba Lawa, this is the part of this interesting story that I want you to tell us. You were a banker at some point,
yeah.
Counting money, or you were a footballer who was working with the bank?
Yes. You know, that was a good question anyway, Godi. I was a banker. They employ us, myself, late Ibrahim Babangida, Abdul Sule, and Amelawa. After we got promotion to Division 4 from State League, that was Kafa League then. And I work in the mark 1991. You know, we don't used to stay in the bank. We came in and I remember the GM when he saw us, he said the way we dress. You know, sometimes we don't put the necktie. We just dress like that, talking, and sometimes we come with the jeans. When he saw us, he said, my players, right? We laugh and we left. So that is how the journey has started. That 91, I remember in the FA Cup, I scored Ranchers B's FA Cup semi-final. State FA Cup semi-final would give us the ticket to be in the finals. And but then 91, there's still a lot of big names, Ranchers quality players. People did not believe that we beat Ranchers in the semi-final FA Cup. Nobody believed. They think it's a joke. We won the finals, then direct to the prelims in Akure. That Akure is where I was on with Shooting Stars, Plateau United, Mobi Pegasov, Eket, and I think Sokoto United. That was the place we excelled. That Tunde Disu was the sport director in NFL. So he was in our zone and he monitored our games, and he's the one that called me Flying Eagles. So that is when late Ekule Abdulrashid Balogun, may so rest in peace, saw me. He was one that getting sometimes some players from Bega. He went to round to them and showing papers. This boy, he did well in the Bankers Cup and now in a Challenge Cup. So Bega needs to sign him. That's how I left from the bank to go direct to Bega. To take that decision, I did not hesitate because this is what I'm looking for. I did not go to Bega to screen. I just went there to sign direct. The day I want to sign, I meet Taribo West in Bega, in Ijora, Bodin Bazai, Peter Obano, Leto Omalea Momosa, Richard Ojomo, Lusudo.
Before we get into all of that, Kapalawa, I want to take you back. The name of the bank you were playing for in the North?
Nigerian Universal Bank, NUB. When you say that year, NUB 1991, that bank was massive. Because of football, everybody knows NUB, the whole Nigeria then.
Okay. Now, the late Rashid Balogun, former general manager of Shooting Stars Sports Club, you said it was a scout for Julius Berger of Lagos.
Yes.
He saw you in the bankers' games.
Yes.
and also saw you in the FA Cup where NUB defeated the great Ranchers Bees at that point.
At that point, that's right.
Now, tell us the call from Julius Berger.
The call from Julius, it's not only Julius Berger. Remember, if you today you could see me with Abiodun Obafemi. I was saying I could have been in stores. Stores also are looking for me. Berger, 3AC, ACB of Lagos. I think one other club like that. I forgot. So I had a meeting with 3AC then. That time, late coach Josie Lard. That's my man anyway. He wanted to sign me in 3AC, and I give the address and all that, and also I give Balogun. So Balogun immediately came in first to Kaduna to pick me because he knew 3AC are looking for me, SB are looking for me. He was faster. Immediately we came back. He came 2 days later, and we took us. We take off to Lagos just like this hour in the night by car.
Wow! You traveled by night from Kaduna to Lagos.
888 kilometers.
Wow! Now I'm going to ask a very simple question. Yes. You are from Kaduna State.
Yes.
You were leaving Kaduna State. You were coming to Lagos, a land you didn't know. What was going on your mind?
No, it's not. We travel. We play league now. We play.
Playing league is different from you leaving Kaduna and going to Lagos. What was the thinking like? What did your parents say?
Yeah, my parents did not say. I only tell my mom that I'll go to Lagos and come back. That was the decision I took myself because I tell myself, I did not tell my mom exactly what my late mother. I did not tell her what exactly I'm going to do in Lagos. So immediately when I go to Lagos, I signed, got here, I came back. Lagos was rough, was tough that time. That was 91 November, if I could remember. So the first thing came into my mind that you're going to Lagos and Berger, this is kind of team is, they sign a lot of players. So how are you going to cope with all that? I forgot that I put that behind me. So when I came back, the day I'm leaving, when I came back to the work the next morning, our boss said, they say you sign for 3 years. I said, no, okay, I'm in the bank here now. Immediately that November, I write a resignation letter. I send them a resignation letter. They say, we told you this boy already go to Lagos and sign. Now he's leaving. So boss say, okay, if you cannot make it, you can come back to the bank and play and keep on continue with your job. In my mind, God, I say, Kai, this is the decision I took. By the grace of God, inshallah, I'm not going to regret it. Let me just follow my heart. So then it pays.
So when you got to Lagos to play for Julius Berger, you signed for Julius Berger. Yes. You said you saw Taribo West. You mentioned the names that you saw. Were you not scared?
I'm not scared because I believe those players are playing tough in Division 1. Me, I'm playing Division 2. I watched Taribo West in Rangers when you come to play against Ranchers that year 91. So I said, well, I'm here. There's no going back. They give the license I signed. Then we'll let Idama say something. He said, Malam, I know you are a good player, but we're playing Continental. And you don't have experience in Continental. He said, but I will leave you. You play league for us. Did that. When you finish, I said, sir, Chairman, Mr. Chairman, can I talk? He said, yes. Malam, talk. I said, Chairman, I did not come to Lagos to Berger to play Continental. I know I come from the second division, but I believe in the near future the team will regret not signing me in Continental. And it happens. When we want to play Wako Morocco, I think it's quarterfinal or so. I was in the camp. Any camp that they want to enter in Continental, Chief Idamo and Coach Sebastian Brother, may their sorrows in peace, they will always say they should take me to go to camp. I say, what am I doing? I'm not going to play. No matter how I play, I'm not going to play because I'm not registered. So Sebastian was saying, you see, this match I want to use you, but I cannot. He called me like 10 times a day before that match. Just like this hour. Say, I want to, but I cannot use it because they did not let me register you in Continental. I said, but that time, my game was, I'm still learning. Up to today, I'm learning, but I don't have experience of Continental. Those players that are playing Continental, they are the ones that are playing in bigger clubs, Division 1. I said, I'm not regretting that. So that is how the whole thing happened.
Now, who amongst the players that you met in Berger, or maybe the administrators, maybe the coaches, that inspired you, that gave you the confidence to believe, yes, I can do it?
I saw the setup and I saw the caliber of players are there. I saw the qualitative players that are there. I said, well, I will try my best because I know it's going to be difficult for me as a young player then, as a young, tiny and skinny player. But that time when I handle my ball in my left foot, when I shoot 25, 30 yards, then keeper doesn't have a chance. So with that, Sebastian Broadway and Emerson developed interest on me. So when we come to training, he watched me. The first copper test we did, players are going out. He saw me following Ayo Gulana. May so rest in peace also. Then another player from Casina United, Kailua Casina, Bashir Clinchman, we call him Clinchman. He was following me in my back. So we running on the track. I think I was stop or something. I don't know. Me, I keep on running. But Sebastian Imaswani was saying, all of you, shame on you guys, because this small boy keep on running and you guys stopping the track. So he started picking interest on me from that training. Then from there I pick Jesse. It's difficult that time because I play Continental. I sit on the bench. I come in second half to play league games, but you know they have to concentrate on players that are playing Continental, which is normal for me. So immediately we are out of that Continental. When I picked that shirt, I played 2.5 seasons without sitting on the bench.
This is Take One. Tomorrow, Gabalawa and yours truly will be back. And of course, we're talking about a journey in the round leather business called football. This is about the size of the show. We return tomorrow by the special grace of God. Keep praying for Nigeria. God bless Nigeria.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Say no to the ordinary. Embrace the extraordinary, because we are the voice of the people. Voice of the people. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM.
National, the Kokoroko for herbal medicine when they produce strong, correct medicine. They take it, they support with country healthcare system. Quatliman, correct bakelistic ogbonge herbal medicine. They we know they come out for public anyhow like a big basket. Food ground as every Christmas have been boundary. Sickness self sabi medicine we pass them. After all, monkey smart now because tree near tree is our forest. Heritage International go use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition. We don't become Obarugba for your life with the correct treatment. enlightenment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International. Offices way near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now
Hello and welcome to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special New Year promo package. This New Year promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. 080-33-111-946. On today's edition of the program, our topic for discussion is male-related health challenges. And I have with me in the studio, Dr. Otumba Abiodun. Sir, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Man problem can be seen in men whenever it frequently occurs that a man is unable to satisfy his partner when it comes to man and woman interaction. It can feature in many ways. In some, it is possible for them to experience poor energy, a situation where a man is unable to get into the act at all. In some are preparing to get into the act, but unfortunately, they just discover that the energy dropped. That is called early ejaculation. It is possible for a man to get into the act and discover that he is unable to stay more than a minute. That is called premature ejaculation, as the case may be. Some may experience total loss of energy. In some, it can be as a result of excessive tiredness after the whole exercise. And some can experience total loss of the energy for even weeks or months. A number of factors can be responsible for this. In some, it can be as a result of infections, of which staphylococcal infection, gonococcal infection are inclusive. There are other infections that are capable of destroying the nerves or the blood volume, making a man to become totally weak. It is not only infections that do destroy the energy in men that have to do with satisfying their partner. When one has used some drugs for a very long period of time, it is possible for one to experience this. In some, it can be as a result of drug abuse. Drug abuse can feature in many ways. Some do abuse alcohol. Some do abuse energizers. People that are faced with sugar problem, that is, diabetes mellitus, if it is not controlled properly, it can weaken the nerves, and under that condition, a man may not be able to stand like a real man again. It is possible for a man suffering from pile to also be very weak in this aspect. And under this condition, there will be serious waist pains. Not only waist pains, there can be stooling of blood. In some, you discover that there can be serious constipation, a situation where a man will wake up and is unable to free his fecal waste. He has to take some regimens for him to be free from such as well. It is possible when there are hormonal changes in a man for a man to be very weak in these aspects. Stress also has a role to play. We should not forget that under depression, the energy a man needs to get into this act can disappear completely. Whichever the case may be, we have to understand this line of action in a man, that before a man is able to stand like a real man, the arousal center in the brain must be stimulated. And it is after this stimulation that energy or signal is sent to the male organ through nerves. And after getting it through nerves, we need volume of blood for engorgement of tissues in the male organ for a man to stand like a real man. And anything that is capable of destroying the blood cells, the blood volume, can also make a man to be totally weak in performing his duty in the second room. And that is why we say, whenever we are faced with any challenge, it is very important for one to visit a healthcare giver who will be able to evaluate one and determine the root cause of the challenge. And after this, to know the right regimen to put together for one to be totally free from the challenge. And that is why evaluation from healthcare givers is very important to pinpoint the root cause of the challenge. And once the root cause of the challenge is determined, you will discover that solution to such challenge is around the corner. Prostatic gland enlargement also have a role to play in a situation where a man is not able to stand like a real man. When the prostate starts growing after 55 years of age in some people, you will discover that there can be frequency. A situation where when a man sleeps at night, before daybreak, he has voided urine for more than 5, 6, or even 10 times. The volume is not always a very large one, like in diabetes mellitus. But after that stage, you discover that the stream of flow of urine will not have the normal force it used to have, or it may start splitting to two. It is when nothing is done for all these challenges that such will now result to total blockage of flow of the urine. And that is why we say a stitch at a time saves 9. Having all these challenges is not the end of the road. For more enlightenment and advice, the number you can call is 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. Thank you.
All right. You've been listening to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special New Year promo package. This New Year promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. 080-33-111-946. Let's take our sponsor's message. Don't go away. We shall be right back.
Herbal Heritage International, the Kokoroko for herbal medicine where they produce strong, correct medicine. They take it, they support the country healthcare system. Man, correct bekelistic ogbonge herbal medicine. They know they come out for public anyhow like a big basket. Full ground as every Christmas have been boundary. Sickness self sabi medicine will pass them. After all, monkey smart now because tree near tree is our forest. Heritage International will use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition. We don't become Ubarumba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International. Offices way near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now
You're welcome back to Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special New Year promo package. This New Year promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. 080-33-111-946. 946. Until we come your way again, remain blessed.
And that was a paid infomercial.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Get ready to feel the rhythm, the groove, and the true vibes of Africa. This is not just music. This is high life. From the legends to the latest, we're bringing you the best of palm wine grooves, jazzy horns, and soul-stirring melodies. There was a sound that told our stories, a rhythm that made our fathers dance and our mothers smile. Welcome to The Thrill, a musical journey through time where legends live on and new stars shine. Join us from Mondays to Thursdays, 9 p.m. on Today 95.1 FM for the ultimate high life musical show. Don't just listen, feel the music. High life lives here.
African slide.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM. Live from the Garden City of Port Harcourt, Nigeria. This is Today 95.1 FM.
All right, welcome to the thread on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. My name is Rona Agbara. Another time again to sit here and talk to you and hear you talk right back to me, and we talk to ourselves on certain issues and matters, and then we have great time listening to really good high life songs. I've been playing Oliver the Cook. Someone says Oliver the Cook where? I don't want to mention the person's name, but yeah, I've been playing Oliver the Cook. The first one I played was Identity. The chorus of that song says funny, funny identity. Do you know it took me a while for me to know that it was actually funny, funny identity that he was saying? At first, or before now, I used to think that thing was maybe one Igbo word, until I had to listen closely and hear that it's funny, funny identity that's actually saying. And for a fact, we really have people with funny identity. There are a lot of people that they just have a funny identity or personality that you can't help but just wonder, like, how is this person like this? How is this person behaving like this? Why is this person like this? I'm sure that we all experience people one time or the other that have had, really funny identities, and we're wondering, like, why are you like this? Anyway, welcome to the thrill once again, and without further ado, let's get into the show proper. Yeah. Now, the very number one woman of the nation, the number one woman of our country, the person of the First Lady, Senator Remi Tinubu. Oluremi, yes, Senator Oluremi Tinubu made a statement saying that she wants to be a role model for the girl child. Simply put, she says she wants to be girls' role model, that she aspires to be a role model for the Nigerian girl child. And someone hearing that statement may be wondering, in what aspect does the First Lady want to be a role model to them? Is it in the educational aspect, financial aspect, political aspect, society, and what have you? But she has something to say, or she said a couple of things as regards she becoming a role model, wanting to be a role model to girls. And the question on this one would be, what does this mean? What does this mean for the Nigerian girl child? I expect women to call in. Yes, it's not a woman's show, but I think we have more men calling, and women send text messages and WhatsApp messages. I'd love to hear the women calling as well, not just sending text messages. I'd want to hear your voice talk and give your opinion with your voice, not me reading out your messages alone. As much as the men do call in, I want the women as well to participate. It makes it a complete, experience. Now let's see what the First Lady says about being a role model to girls. She says the First Lady, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, has said her dream. Okay, she says it's her dream to be a good case study and role model for younger girls, given the lack of such figures in the present generation. Now, another question I'm asking is, do we really have lack of role models for girls, for the Nigerian girl child? Is there really an absence of, women figures that younger girls can look up to, and emulate and say, this person is a woman figure that I want to be like. This person is a role model for me. In our country, is there really a lack of figures, women figures like that for the Nigerian girl child? That's another question, and I really want to get answers on that one. What you think? Now, she says that she made a statement at the inauguration of the Senator Oluremi Tinubu Dream Center. The Dream Center was inaugurated on Thursday at Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, Osun State. That's where she made the statement. There was also reports about The center was built by the Oni of Ife, Oba Adeyeye Ogunwusi. But we're not focusing on the Dream Center. We're rather focusing on the statement made by the First Lady, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, and what that statement means, or what it would mean for the Nigerian girl child. I mean, you have a daughter, you have a sister, you have a wife, you have a girlfriend, you have a fiance, you have a friend, a female friend, you have women around you. Even as a man, what do you think this statement would mean for the Nigerian girl child coming from the First Lady, the number one woman of the country? She also says that all along, I've been thinking that I should be a case study for young girls. They talk about the girl child all the time, but nowadays people no longer have role models. Is it really true? Is it true that people do not have role models? Now, I digress a bit now from the girl child and the First Lady's statement. As a human being, you listening to me right now, are there people that you look up to and say, this person is my role model in this aspect of life, in this area of life? I love the way this person, does his or her thing, and I take this person as my role model. Or you're just like, just live my life. I no look up to anybody. Anybody look up to me, that type of thing. I saw a post where someone says, you are the hope of your generation or something like that. Your family are looking up to you, your generation are looking up to you. And someone replied and said, when they are tired of looking up to me, they would look down. When their neck starts spinning them, they will bring their heads down and stop looking up to me. So is it that people no longer have role models and people they look up to in our nation, in the society, in our country, Nigeria? And she also says that we live in an age where even when people are doing well, out of envy, many untrue things are said about them on the internet. I think that's also something that we see. It's obtainable now. A lot of opinions on the internet about people. People have something to say online. Sometimes, dragging somebody, trolling someone, bashing somebody. There's always something going on the internet. And we're already in that digital space and age where people behind their keypads can literally just say anything and put it out there without verifying if what they're claiming is true, without knowing such people, or the people they're talking about. They don't even know them in person, and they just put anything out there because you're behind your phone, you can actually type whatever you want. Now, Tinubu added that the role models were the people who helped shape her life. She's saying this because of the history she has, or she had, with the idea of role models, that they shaped her life to becoming who she is today. The First Lady also urged young girls to learn to dream positively, saying that she had dreamt of becoming a teacher while growing up, and eventually she achieved that dream. As young as I was then, just like the two girls who welcomed me here, I knew I wanted to be a teacher, and I ended up being one, she said. She, however, said that the ICT Center had always been a place of dream for her, adding that the Dream Center would tell young girls her life story. There will be a room called the Storytelling Room. That is where I will talk about my story. The center is not just for girls alone, she says, it's also for boys. We'll have books and materials we brought in. Some will be given out for free, while others will be kept in a small library where you can read and leave, she said. Furthermore, on the news, she urged young girls not to be overly ambitious, and that whatever they become has already been deposited in them by God. Okay, let's see if there's any more. If she said any more. Okay, the Vice Chancellor of the University, Professor Adebayo Bamire, also commended the ONI, the First Lady, and the NITDA for the center. That's a summary of the whole story. Now to the part where we'll have conversations on. The First Lady says that she's always dreamed of being a role model. It's her dream to be a role model for the girl child, the Nigerian girl child, encouraging them not to be overly ambitious, that they should believe in themselves, that whatever it is they will become has already been predestined. And she also made statements that it's because of the role models she had growing up, that's what shaped her life into what it is today. Now, the ultimate question is, the First Lady wanting to be a role model for the Nigerian girl child, what do you think that means for the Nigerian girl child? Is it a statement of hope that the Nigerian girl child can look up to her and say, if this person seated here can achieve this height and this position and this authority, I can do more. I can even get there and become better and even be more. Is it a statement of hope for the Nigerian girl child? Or is it just a motivational speech? Do you think it's a motivational speech to, say something that would sound really inspiring and inspirational? These are two sides to it. What do you think about that? And what do you think that means for the girl child? And the other part where she said that a lot of persons, that there is a lack of the women figure for the Nigerian girl child, that we don't really have role models. And a lot of persons do not have role models anymore. They just live their life however they want. So I would want to know what you think about that too. You listening to me right now. Yeah. Are there like people that you look up to and say, oh, in this aspect politically, these are the people that I look up to and I would like to tag them my role models? Or, in this industry, in the finance industry, in the health sector, in the economic sector, agriculture, it could be any area of life that you can have a role model. It's personal to you. I'd want to know, are there people that you admire and you've placed them high up there as your role models? Okay, after a 5-minute song break, because I would want to take calls as much as possible as the time permits. Yes. What do you think about the First Lady's statement of wanting to be a role model to the girls? Is it a statement of hope that a girl child can dream? I mean, your daughters, your sisters, your wives, your girlfriends, your fiance, your female friends, the women around you, your colleagues. That is it a statement of hope that a girl can dream and dream big and achieve her dreams? It has nothing to do with gender. Say, oh, you're a woman should not dream big. A woman should not want to achieve big things. You should just stay, and your dreams should not go beyond the family setting, the home setting, the marriage setting, the kitchen setting. You should not dream of becoming a standard or woman in finance, a woman in politics, a woman in health, a woman in the society. So do you think that's a statement of hope? I mean, the girl child can now dream and dream big. Or do you think it's an inspirational talk? Like, oh, the First Lady is just trying to inspire people and motivate people with this statement. So I want to know what your opinions on the matter is. But that's after this 5 minutes. I'll be back. I'm still here though, but I'll open the phone lines and put on the mic again, say 9:40. Then I can take a lot of calls for the 20 minutes up until the hour of 10 p.m. Please stay with me. we don't go out of line, and so that we're direct with our opinions, contributions, and reactions to the matter. All right? Yeah, thank you. 08109510951. That's the number to call to be a part of the conversation. If you want to send a text message or a WhatsApp message, please do that to 0701 9339 962. The First Lady saying that she has always dreamt of being a role model to girls. The Dream Center that was built was part of a dream, and she's saying that having role models early in life shaped her to having this life that she has now. And the question I'm asking on that matter is, her statement of saying she wants to be role models to girls, what does that mean for the Nigerian girl child? She says that there's been a lack of figures like that as role models for girls. There are no women figure. There's a lack of it in our country, in our society. And she says a lot of persons do not even have role models anymore. They just live life however they want. Is it a statement of hope that a girl can dream and achieve her dreams, can dream and get what she wants out of life? Or is it a political, inspirational, motivational talk? Hello, good evening. Yes, please. Welcome. Yes, please. Welcome. Okay, go ahead.
Lady, they are trained to be a mother.
A role model to the girl.
And you can be the mother of a girl child, but this one that died for making story, or this one that bandits are kidnapping, or the one that bandits are using to do whatever thing they like. So if you think the mother of this one, no problem.
So your opinion is a question now. Is she going to be a role model to those that were kidnapped? That's the question. Yes. That's your opinion. Yes. Okay. Thank you for sharing. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Yes, please. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Steve.
Okay, go ahead, please.
The lady just wants to let us have something to talk. Look, let me tell you, a role model no get head. See, most of them, when they were in school, when they were younger, they enjoy certain things, certain privilege. Some of them went to state, some of them accessed state education. I was live at that time.
Okay.
It was not the way it is now. We expected most of them getting to this level. By now, our educational sector would have been more better than the way it is.
Okay.
Are you hearing me?
Yes, very well.
Role model here. Yes, role model. Let us keep a role model. Let me tell you the truth about the matter. Our girls are suffering. Most of the girls in school are struggling because their parents are not meeting up to take care of their needs and responsibilities. Because they came with a bad policy. Husband came with a bad policy and run that economy. As parents are struggling to pay their school fees of their children.
All right.
The lecturers are going to strike every day. So how will the girl child now learn, even the boy child, and learn and get to that role model? It's a hard work. It's not easy. Let me finish. Now, most of them are trying to survive. Most of these girls that she's talking about now that will come and do role model for her, they are doing how long? They say it's good. Let's call it the reason. How long? That's what most of these girls are doing to survive in the school. So after they finish the housing and graduate,
so what you're saying in essence is that the people she wants to do role model for, they're not even ready.
No, she's the one that is not ready. Let her go back to the grassroots.
Okay. If she really wants to be a role model to girls, she should go to the grassroots level. Okay, let it begin from there.
Our head care.
Okay.
She wants to be role model. We just survive. If they fall sick now, they are dead.
All right. Thank you.
If they fall sick now, take them to hospital. They are old man. I believe that woman.
All right. Thank you for sharing your opinion and making your points clear. Hello. Good evening.
Yeah. Good evening, Roland.
Yes, please.
This is Honorable Chris. I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
Go ahead, please.
Are we still talking about role model in Nigeria? Is it in political side or in Christian side?
All round that. Generally.
The last time I saw role model between the time of my grandmothers. During that time, you emulate some of them. Now, I don't think that if we have few.
Okay.
Role model where mama are doing painting, the child are doing painting. If even mama will say, baby, go inside my this and bring my painting mirror and other things. Which of the role model are they? Even me, the wife of the president, who told us last time that the husband, that they have money. All these things that is happening in Nigeria, he has never one day advised his husband, say, darling, please show mercy to these children. So we are talking about role model. We have them in some places, but they are not many, and they are not in position to speak. She now supposed to follow and that role model aspect, come out and speak.
All right.
Do you hear her talk about what is going on in Nigeria?
All right.
Role
Thank
model.
you. Hello. Good evening.
Hello. Good evening.
Yes, please. Go.
I'm still coming from Port Harcourt.
All right. Go ahead.
The role model they are talking about is a problem in this country. That is not their problem. Let them do something better. Look at our education. The deaf and the boys, look at what are doing to them. Punishing them. What is wrong? What are you talking about? It's not a problem in the country. Let them go and rest. If you don't want to do, you don't know what to do. Let them go and rest.
All right. Let's take some text messages here. This one says, good evening, Rona. The First Lady has projected a negative model of women in authority at Ocean State, where she interrupted the governor at a public ceremony. So she cannot be a model to any woman in Nigeria. From Sebastian. This one says, good evening, Lady Rona. Reverend Yedikachi Amadi Ini Omuma. The proximity of a person will cause people to emulate the good in such a person. I ask, how many Nigerian girls are with the First Lady in Aso Rock? Or the role modeling will be seen via television? For me, every girl has a bundle of potentials embedded in them. If they can look to Jesus, they will actualize them, in spite of the avalanche of corruption in the political arena of Nigeria. So says, good evening to you, Lady Rona. May bear up Jesus from Port Harcourt. Let the truth be told. What the First Lady says is correct in her own eyes, assuming she's that woman that is selling Gary at OME Market. Will she have said this last? Will she have said this? Lastly, every big man wife feel like role model to others, to other poor people. God help us all. Is it really true that every big man's wife, they feel like a role model to poor men or poor people? Is that the case? Can a poor person not be a role model too? Or is it just the financial aspect? I mean, in character, in virtue, in other areas, is it only the wealthy? Is it only the wealthy that can be role models to the, in quotes, less privileged people? 0810-951-0951. That right there is the number to call to be a part of the conversation. Keep your calls coming in. Keep your text messages coming in. I have time to read them. Keep your text messages coming in, your WhatsApp messages. Please do that to 0701-9339-962. That's the number to send a text message to or a WhatsApp message. For calls, 0810-951-0951. Hello, good evening.
Hello.
Yes, please.
Good evening.
Yes, welcome.
My name is Meza, one of Africa.
All right, go ahead, please.
I think in Nigeria I only have one role model.
Okay, would you like to share?
Huh?
Would you like to share who that is?
The person is Amowore Swele, who speak for the oppressed and depressed.
Okay.
That is the only man that is a role model in the whole of this country.
To
All
you.
others are fake.
To you, right?
To me, and
Okay.
every other person, if we put it in voting, they will vote him.
You can't really speak for every other person now. Some persons may say, I don't even know who that is.
You won't believe. Because all other role models, they are all criminals, thieves. So who we want to imitate trusting people?
Okay, thank you for sharing.
Yeah.
I mean, that the person you mentioned is your role model. Someone else may not see that person as their role model. some other person may not even know who the person is, or even if they know who the person is, they are not particular about the person or concerned about what the person does. So this role model thing I think is very personal, than general. 0810-951-0951. 10 minutes more to wrap up the show. I can take calls. I can still do text messages, WhatsApp messages on your opinion. Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Yes, please. Welcome.
I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
Okay, go ahead, please.
That woman, I don't think that woman is in this country. She can't be any role model to me. Any.
She made the statement in Osun State. So Osun State is in Nigeria now.
That woman doesn't know what she's talking about.
Why do you say so?
She's not a role model to any woman. I beg, let me know that she did. Thank you.
All right. You sound very angry. Why are you angry now? Okay, in your opinion, right? She's not a role model to women. Okay. I was expecting that. The women, I think the text messages I got here, a woman, a man. I want women to call me, is the first lady, the number one woman of Nigeria, the first lady of the country. Is she a role model to you? Or, okay, maybe not. Is she someone you look up to and say, I can dream big and I think that my dreams are valid? If I can dream it, I can achieve it. Do you see the first lady as someone that you can, emulate? Does she, inspire you, give you hope as a girl child, as a Nigerian girl child? As a woman, as a lady, or you have other people you look up to as role models? Please do well to call me. Feel free to join in the conversation. 0810-951-0951.
Okay, concerning the issue on this call.
Yeah,
what she has said or what she said to me should sound as inspiring words to young ladies.
Oh, just like an inspirational talk.
Yes, not necessarily, presenting herself like a role model.
Okay.
Because in my own opinion,
Yeah.
I don't think that she has given us, the reason to look up to her.
Okay.
Considering the nature of the nation, the economy.
All right.
People are crying, dying, but she as a mother, she's not feeling that, the pain of the people she calls her children.
Okay.
So, but it's actually right for, someone, especially the young ones, to have someone they look up to.
Yeah.
I know role modeling has to do with, most cases, integrity. People of integrity, in terms of career, people you look up to, you want to be like these people. Like me, growing up, I used to have Dora Akuile as my role model, even if I don't know her.
Oh, most times you may not even be so close to the people that you look up to, but the fact that you see them and what they do could inspire you to, want to be like them and even be better.
Yes, I know. As at the time Dora was in NAFDA.
Yeah.
On secondary school, and she inspired me a lot. Her integrity was actually what caught my attention. I said, wow, this woman, everyone talks good about her.
Yeah, she's somebody that you admire.
Yes, to ensure that the right thing is done.
Thank you.
I look up to Dora. I also look up to Ngozi Okonjo.
Okay.
As women who have stood out, to show a good example of what a woman should be.
All right. Thank you so much.
Despite chasing their careers, they still maintain their integrity and dignity as a woman. So I look up to them, and by the grace of God, I know I'm still on the path.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
I know someday I want to be like such a woman where that people will talk about, not just for what I've acquired alone, but for who I am.
All right. Thank you. You've made your points very clear. And thank you for sharing your personal role models too. Appreciate you. Thank you. All right. That's the first lady that called as regards the matter. And I appreciate you for that one. Hello. Good evening.
Good evening, Rona.
Yes, please. Welcome. Yeah.
Yes, how are you doing tonight?
I'm very well. Thank you.
My name is Kinam Konekaba.
Okay.
In Nigeria, we have what we call freedom of speech. So anybody, you can talk anything because you are free to see and to express yourself. But, somebody being a role model, it's not necessary that you are going to share money to those guys. Maybe as a president wife, some people, you can just maybe emulate that one day I will be a president wife, something like that. I believe that is what she's actually saying. But if to say, this government, what I know about this government is from the very first day of their swearing in, they started campaign up to today. So that is a part of their campaign.
So you think that the statement from the First Lady is a political inspirational talk?
It's just 2027 campaign. Look, is it now? Why she was not moderating from the first day that they were sworn in, and Nigeria is passing through what Nigeria is passing through today, and she is talking swearing. We want to see practical, not just mere theory. We are higher for theory. Let's see practical. We need practical.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
All right, thank you for sharing that opinion. 2 minutes to wrap up the show. I'm sorry I can't take any more calls. I'm sure that I took a lot of calls, though. In my opinion, I did take as much calls as I could, and I read text messages, and, we all did it together. Thank you so much for doing this with me. I'll be back here on Monday. Monday through Thursday, that's when we do the thrill on this dial today, 95.1 FM. The world news comes up at 10 p.m. I appreciate you for all your contributions and your opinions on the matter. My name is Rona Agbara. Harmonized contributions from lawmakers on the Electoral Act Amendment Bill 2026. The committee is expected to present a consolidated report to the chamber by next Tuesday. The decision followed over 2 hours of closed-door deliberations on bill's provisions. The committee is chaired by Senator Niyi Adegbomure, chairman of the Senate Committee on Judiciary, Human Rights and Legal Matters, with Senators Adamu Alero, Aminu Tambuwa, Adams Oshomole, Danjuma Goje, Tony Nwonye, and Titus Zam as members. The lawmakers have given 3 days to complete their assignment and submit their findings ahead of the next plenary session. The review comes as the Senate continues a detailed consideration of the Electoral Act 2022, Repeal and Reenactment Bill 2026. Meanwhile, the Senate has launched an investigation into operational inefficiencies and rising security concerns within the Nigerian railway system, following complaints over declining service delivery on major rail corridors. The decision followed a personal explanation raised during plenary where a lawmaker drew attention to the worsening condition of the key railway routes across the country. Consequently, Senate President Godswill Akpabio inaugurated an ad hoc committee to conduct a comprehensive review of the Nigerian railway system and its operations. The committee, chaired by Senator Adams Oshomole, has been mandated to examine project execution, funding utilization, operational efficiency, and overall service delivery, and is expected to submit its findings within 6 weeks. Speaking during the session, Senator Akpabio expressed deep concern over the deteriorating speed of the Abuja-Kaduna train service, lamenting that the journey time has worsened to the extent that a bicycle or commercial tricycle could reach Kaduna faster than the train. Earlier, Senator Abdul Ningi raised alarm over the condition of the Abuja-Kaduna-Kanu rail line, alleging poor contract execution and noting that despite contract and generating over 1.8 billion naira in revenue, service quality has not improved. The House of Representatives has passed the 58.47 trillion naira proposed 2026 budget for the second reading. Titled The Budget of Consolidation, Renewed Resilience and Shared Prosperity. The budget aims to strengthen macroeconomic stability, improve security and expand capital project funding across Nigeria. Presented by President Bola Tinubu to the National Assembly on December 19, 2025. The proposal envisions a 3.98% economic growth rate, a reduction in inflation to 14.45%, and strengthen foreign reserves, which currently stand at a 7-year high of $47 billion. Total revenues projected at 34.33 trillion naira, with total expenditure of 58.18 trillion naira, leaving a deficit of 23.85 trillion naira. Capital expenditure is set at 26.8 trillion naira, higher than recurrent spending, reflecting a focus on real development. The House Leader, Professor Julius Ihonwe, urged lawmakers to guide the government in executing the budget, stressing that fiscal discipline has helped stabilize the economy. The House will now proceed on a 2-week recess, resuming on February 17, 2026, to allow lawmakers to work on the budget before final passage. The federal government has announced plans to stop importing defense and security equipment within the next 2 to 5 years. The Minister of State for Defense, Bello Matawale, disclosed this in Abuja during the unveiling of locally produced tactical and civilian armored vehicles by the Defense Industries Corporation of Nigeria, DICON, in partnership with X-Shield. He said the move is aimed at strengthening the local manufacturing, creating jobs, transferring technology, and conserving foreign exchange. The government noted that producing defense equipment locally will also position Nigeria for exports and regional leadership in defense manufacturing. The Nigerian Education Loan Fund, NELFund, has extended the deadline for student loan applications for the 2025-2026 academic session to February 27, 2026. The deadline was earlier set for January 31 but was extended to allow more eligible students to complete their applications. NELFund said the move is to promote inclusivity and ensure no student is excluded due to time constraints. The fund urged applicants to submit all required information before the new deadline. The South-South Vice Chairman of the People's Democratic Party, Emmanuel Ogidi, has called on the leadership of the party in Rivers State to establish structures that will foster peace following the conciliation and the conclusion of ongoing court cases. Ogidi made the appeal during the inauguration of Chief Ogbams Ojima as the caretaker chairman of the PDP in Rivers State. He emphasized that despite the legal disputes, the party remains united, deeply rooted at the grassroots and committed to carrying out the mandate of the people. He further urged for peace in Rivers State while outlining expectations from the national leadership for the state party executive.
In spite of what has happened in Rivers State, what you see men, women, and youth still believe in the party. We thank God for that. That is why today we are here to inaugurate this caretaker committee. We are going to start from ground zero. We are going to start all over again. The luck you have is that you still have the grassroots. So it's going to be easy. Most of us up there, they see the working like this. Someday here, someday there. But we do know that once we get that judgment, they'll come out fully. Please, don't be afraid. Open your doors for everybody. Because the PDP is the only vehicle that will take Nigeria to success 2027. So don't be discouraged.
In his remarks, the Caretaker Committee Chairman, Chief Ogbams Ojima, assured that the party is fully prepared to confront and overcome the challenges ahead. He highlighted plans by the committee to work tirelessly to reposition the PDP in the state.
The owners of PDP, not the big men and your guys that are at Abuja and flying to Europe and all the rest. They are not the owners. The owners of PDP are these people seated here and our grandmothers at home. Those are the people who want to reach. We also appreciate the fact that we have leaders. All major stakeholders, as our father have directed, we will reach out to them. Be rest assured, PDP is back to life. Thank you for the honor, the trust at this particular point in time you have bestowed on us to champion this cause. My colleagues and I, we have been meeting regularly within a very short space of putting us together as a committee. We have met over 10 times, and that is why I can confidently call their names.
The chairman of Obiakpo local government area, Gift Wolu, has reaffirmed a total ban on street trading, hawking, roadside vending, and illegal market activities around Gumukurishi Market, Olmi Market, and surrounding areas. Following an on-the-spot assessment revealing persistent roadside encroachment, Wolu set up a special joint enforcement task force made up of security agencies and local government enforcement teams to ensure compliance. Traders have been given a 2-week grace period from January 29 to February 11, 2026 to remove illegal structures. Community leaders and market stakeholders have urged to sensitize the traders as enforcement will be intensified across the OME axis, Elelenwo, Igboeche Road, and other areas of the local government area. You're listening to the World News on Today95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news, foreign and sports stories. Please stay with us. Thanks for staying with us now, the rest of our stories. A social political pressure group in Rivers State, the Rivers Liberation Movement, RLM, has reaffirmed its commitment to value-based leadership, people-centered governance, accountability, and active citizenship. Following a 2-day leadership retreat in Port Harcourt, the group said the event was aimed at strengthening leadership capacity, aligning strategies, and preparing for effective civic and political engagement ahead of the 2027 general elections. The training also marks the completion of a statewide leadership development program for all 23 local government coordinators. RLM stressed its mission to liberate Rivers from bad governance, wrong followership, and misplaced loyalty, which it says have undermined good governance over the years. The group recalled issuing a 7-day ultimatum to Governor Siminalayi Fubara to investigate the 8-year administration of former Governor Nyesom Wike from 2015 to 2023, which expired without government action. The movement now plans to escalate demand for accountability through lawful civic and political measures, calling for a comprehensive, independent and transparent audit of River State finances and assets during Wike's administration. RLM, which also seeks clarification on ownership, funding and management of key properties, including Dapabiriye House, the Signature Hotel, and other assets within and outside Nigeria, dismissed claims that its demands were politically motivated, emphasizing that its actions are rooted in constitutional responsibility and civic duty. A two-day joint retreat for members of the Hydrocarbon Pollution Remediation Project, HYPREP, and the Ogoni Trust Fund, Incorporated, has concluded in Ikotekpene, Akwa Ibom State, aimed at strengthening the cleanup of the Ogoni environment. The retreat themed Strategic Governance for Sustainable Remediation of Oil-Impacted Environment is seen as a demonstration of the federal government's commitment to the Ogoni cleanup under President Bola Tinubu's Renewed Hope agenda, especially the acceleration of priority projects outlined by the UN Environment Programme. In attendance were 5 federal ministers, including Balarabe Abbas, Minister of Environment and Chairman of the HYPREP Governing Council, as well as Atiku Bagudu, Minister of Budget and Economic Planning, and Abubakar Momo, Minister of Regional Development. Also present were representatives from the oil and gas sector, including Total Energies, Oando, and the Renaissance Africa Energy Company, alongside members of the Ogoni Trust Fund Board of Trustees. Addressing participants, Minister of Environment Balarabe Abbas reaffirmed the government's commitment and urged council and board members to take greater responsibility, particularly in fund mobilization and project monitoring.
I can clearly say the two BOTs that were created have not done what they were supposed to, because their main purpose is to not only be the custodian of the project, but also mobilize funds for the project. That is the most important role. That's why in this retreat we include fundraising as one of the things we're going to discuss here. Because the new BOT must stand up to what they're supposed to do. They must find ways to mobilize the project and fund the project. Because the funds that have been mobilized by them and other organizations is getting depleted. It's the fund that have mobilized in the last 5 years, so it's getting depleted. So we need BOT to be up and doing in trying to mobilize this project. Who will assist them?
Project Coordinator Professor Neni Barini Zabi highlighted achievements in soil and shoreline remediation, mangrove restoration, biodiversity recovery, potable water provision, livelihood support, public health interventions, and special initiatives such as the Center of Excellence for Environmental Restoration and the Ogoni Power Project.
We are expected to remediate and restore carbon-impacted areas, provide potable water to impacted communities, provide sustainable alternative livelihood opportunities, take health inventory of the people impacted areas and strengthen the public health system, promote peace building, security, transparency, and accountability. So remediation simply means decontaminating groundwater, contaminated groundwater, cleanup of contaminated soil, sediments, swampy areas, remediation of contaminated soil, popular areas, the restoration and management of the greater mangrove ecosystem.
The retreat is expected to enhance strategic governance and provide a roadmap for effective implementation of the Ogoni cleanup program in the coming years. Chief elders and opinion leaders of Eledongbo community in Rupoko, Obiakwa local government area of River State, have adopted a consensus system to produce their leaders. The leaders include the chairman, Eledongbo Development Council, Richie Wolu, Vice Chairman, Fortune Ejeku, General Revenue, Stanley Ejeku, Assistant Secretary, Clinton Aliche, Public Relations Officer, Chegeru Woke, Treasurer, Martins Wobe. Also, Eberechi Insirumovu, Provost 1, Youth President, Chijoke Ubisike, Vice President, Loki Ogbonda, Secretary Darlington Wolu, Assistant Secretary Gift Wanyawo, Financial Secretary Cypriel Nduwe, and Treasurer Chili Ejeku. Other appointments made include Jackson Wali as the legal advisor, Fine Country Abraham, advisor on community affairs, Agorudu Obisike, CSO, and Michael Wokwo as the palace secretary. Advising them shortly after inauguration, the head chief and paramount ruler of Eledonkwo community, Theophilus Wokwo, charged the leadership of the CDC and youth bodies to work in synergy and produce results, as well as respect chiefs and elders of the community.
Bring in good results to Eledonkwo. I urge you to make sure that there is peace all over. I urge you to make sure that you carry everybody along, give respect to the chiefs, the elders, the women group. Make sure that you are following things orderly. I do not want crisis. I do not want bad behaviors. Everybody have to be civil in the doing of things. We need a good result that will bring Eledonkwo to a greater height. And I pray that God will give you the strength and be with you as you bring this honor and the glory of God to Eledonkwo.
Also speaking, the CDC chairman, Richie Wolu, noted that he will consolidate on the achievements of the previous administration and use the forum to dissolve all functional committees.
I want to say here categorically clear that my administration has to follow the rudimentarily, because constitution seems to be a guide, seems to be a kind of channel through which you can organize the people. I'm going to follow the constitution just as I did mention before. And most importantly, past administration actually has done well. I'm going to consolidate on the achievement and going forward. Put up certain stop guards where I feel they have also not done well and improve on them. I want to say on this note that all committees established, inaugurated by the past administration is hereby dissolved.
In his remarks, the youth president Chijoke Obisike assured the youths of the community will be given a sense of belonging under his watch.
Yes, I'm assuring Eledonkwo youth that as the youth president, I will make sure that Eledo youths move, and I will make sure that Eledo youths will achieve what they're supposed to achieve. On the area of bringing development to Eledo, I will make sure that we work with the CDC, we work with the local government, we work with the states to bring in development to Eledo. Eledo it will be a place where other people, other communities in Odiabo, they will learn from and see the effective of the Eledo youth in Ropoko, in Eledo community.
The families of late Elder Anthony Agiwosu of Ungwelelu village and the late Elder Madioha Wodo of Ungwanyim village, all in Elele Alimini town, Emoha local government area of River State, have announced the passing of their beloved mother, grandmother, and friend, late Ezine Florence Okonwere Wosu. Late Ezine Florence Okonwere Wosu, who was born in 1942, passed away on the 13th October 2025 after a brief illness. Funeral arrangements will commence on Friday, 30th January 2026, with a service of songs at her husband's residence, number 14B, Ugwelelu Street, Elele Alimini Town, Emoha local government area. On Saturday, 31st January 2026 at 7 a.m., the body of the 83-year-old late Ezine Florence Okonwere Wosu will depart Moscow Mortuary, Elele Town, in a motorcade to her hometown. At 8 a.m., the body will lie in state at her husband's residence, 14B Ubolelu Street, Elele Alimini Town, Emoha local government area. In a statement signed by Innocent Ofuru Wosu, on behalf of the family, the funeral service will hold at St. Paul's Anglican Church, Elele Alimini Town District, starting at 9 a.m. with interment scheduled for 12 noon. On the foreign scene, the European Union has officially designated Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guards Corps, IRGC, as a terrorist organization, following a meeting of European foreign ministers. EU top diplomat Kaja Kallas announced that the move comes amid escalating tensions between Iran and the United States, with Iran's foreign minister warning that the country's armed forces are ready to immediately and powerfully respond to any possible attack by the U.S. This statement followed by U.S. President Donald Trump's renewed threat of military action against Iran. In recent days, the U.S. has deployed several military assets to the region, including the USS Abraham Lincoln, a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, to the Arabian Sea, signaling a show of force. The EU has also imposed new sanctions on Iran, targeting officials accused of responsibility for the death of thousands of anti-government protesters since late December last year. The sanctions include travel bans and asset freezes on those deemed accountable for the crackdown. The designation of the IRGC and the imposition of sanctions highlight growing European concerns over Iran's domestic and regional activities, even as global powers continue to navigate the threat of military escalation in the Middle East. To end the news, here's a summary of the major stories. The Senate has constituted a committee to review the Electoral Act Amendment Bill. The House of Rep has passed the 58.47 trillion naira 2026 budget for second reading. We told you that the PDP has urged to strengthen peace in River State. On the foreign scene, you also heard that the EU has labeled Iran's IRGC a terrorist group amid rising tensions with the US. That was the news as edited by Stella Sasongo Kori. For comments and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com, on Facebook at Today95.1fm, on Instagram at TodayFM951, on X at TodayFM951. You can also join our YouTube live at Today95.1fm. I'm Rona Agbara. Thank you so much for listening. Good evening.
Today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Live from the Garden City of Port Harcourt, Nigeria. This is Today 95.1 FM.
This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. It's time again for a roundup of the foreign news stories that made the headlines on the wall today. I'm Rona Agbara. First, the headlines. Search and rescue efforts to continue in Mozambique after 3 weeks of heavy rain. ECOWAS lifts all sanctions against Guinea. Heavy gunfire erupts near Niger capital's airport before calm returns. China executes 11 members of Yama's scam mafia. Details shortly. Search and rescue efforts has continued in Mozambique after weeks of heavy rains that caused severe flooding, submerging farmland, homes and infrastructure. The acting executive director of Action Aid Mozambique, Marcia Kosa, said the search is ongoing and there are places that cannot be accessed, especially in Gaza province, and now there are some places from Mahinka where they can only go through a boat because the road has been cut off by water. Mozambique's Institute for Disaster Management and Risk Reduction reported that 103 people had died and that severe floods had displaced more than 650 people. Action Aid has warned against the risk of cholera and other waterborne diseases in camps that are housing almost 100,000 people. The West African Regional Bloc ECOWAS has removed all outstanding sanctions imposed against Guinea following the 2021 coup after last month's election of former junta leader Mamadi Doumbouya. ECOWAS has imposed a raft of sanctions on the mineral-rich but poor country after Doumbouya ousted President Alpha Condé. Following the successful holding of a constitutional referendum in September and the presidential election in December, the bloc decided to lift with immediate effect all the residual sanctions against Guinea and individuals involved in the coup. ECOWAS encouraged Doumbouya to pursue policies towards social cohesion, national unity and inclusive prosperity of the Guinea people. The West African country's Supreme Court validated his victory, attributing it to 86.7% of the vote. The youngest son of Democratic Republic of Congo independence hero Patrice Lumumba has died in the capital, Kinshasa, at the age of 67 following an illness. An architect by training, Roland Lumumba, served as a member of the parliament for nearly a decade. The death of his son marks the end of a chapter in the long quest for truth, justice and memory surrounding this painful episode in Congolese and African history. His death comes as legal proceedings related to the assassination of his father are still ongoing in Belgium. Following Lumumba's murder, Congo was thrown into decades of dictatorship under Mobutu Seko, who seized power in a 1965 coup and led the country until he was overthrown in 1997. Rwanda has launched an international legal challenge against the United Kingdom in a move that has refocused attention on one of the most controversial migration policies of recent years after it was scrapped. The East African nation has filed a case at the Permanent Court of Arbitration in The Hague, arguing that London failed to honor financial commitment under a treaty that was meant to see some asylum seekers relocated to Rwanda. The original agreement, formerly known as the Migration and Economic Development Partnership, MEDP, was signed between the UK and Rwanda in April 2022 under then Prime Minister Boris Johnson's Conservative government. It set out a novel arrangement that the UK would pay Rwanda to host and process certain asylum seekers who reach British shores, with the aims of deterring dangerous channel crossings and breaking the business model of people smugglers. By the time the policy collapsed, the UK had already transferred around £240 million to Kigali, and only 4 volunteers had already been relocated under the scheme before it was effectively abandoned. A burst of heavy gunfire and explosions erupted near the international airport in Niger's capital, Niamey, after halting within hours. The capital, Diori Hamani International Airport, houses an Air Force base and is located about 10 kilometers from the presidential palace. The shooting began shortly after midnight. It was not immediately clear what had caused the gunfire and whether there was any casualties. The sound of sirens from the fire trucks heading towards the airport could also be heard in the early hours of the morning, residents said. Uganda says it plans to cut external budget support by 84% year-on-year from the start of the year next financial year in July. The Finance Ministry announced that this assistance, which typically comes in the form of loans and grants, is projected to fall from over 586 million to 92.72 million. It did not give a reason for the reduction, but says the government is keen on implementation strategies to boost domestic revenue mobilization. It is hoping to commence crude oil production this year, and the International Monetary Fund last year predicted revenues from sales could lift the economic growth rate into double digits. The government also plans to cut domestic debt issuance next financial year by 21% from the previous period to help trim its ballooning public debt. Israel has handed over the bodies of 15 Palestinians to the International Committee of the Red Cross in exchange for the final Israeli captive, whose remains were recovered by Israeli forces earlier this week, closing the chapter on this part of its more than 2-year genocidal war on Gaza. Authorities said they're still trying to determine whether the bodies of the Palestinians will be released at Nasir Hospital in Khan Yunis or at Al-Shifa Hospital in Gaza City. Israel has laid to rest policeman Ran Giveli, who was killed during the Hamas-led October 7, 2023 attacks on southern Israel. Of the 251 captives taken by Hamas and other Palestinian groups that day, Giveli's was the last remains held in the Palestinian territory. At his funeral on Wednesday, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu described Giveli as a hero of Israel and warned Israel's enemies that they would pay a heavy price if they attacked again. Away from Africa to the rest of the world. China has executed 11 members of notorious mafia family that ran scam centers in Nyama along its northeastern border. The Ming family members were sentenced in September for various crimes, including homicide, illegal detention, fraud, and operating gambling dens by a court in China's Xinjiang province. The Mings were one of the many clans that ran the town of Luskanging, transforming an impoverished backwater town into a flashy hub of casinos and red light districts. Their scam empire came crashing down in 2023 when they were detained and handed over to China by ethnic militias that had taken control of Luokangs during an escalation in their conflict with Myanmar's army. Hundreds of thousands of people have been trafficked to run online scams in Myanmar and elsewhere in Southeast Asia. That was estimated by the UN. Among them are thousands of Chinese people, and their victims who they swindle billions of dollars from are mainly Chinese too. Canadian Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre faces a crucial test of his leadership, convincing Canadians that he is the best person to guide the country through its uncertain future. Party delegates will vote on whether Poilievre should remain leader at the Conservative Convention in Calgary. It is part of an automatic review that is triggered after an election loss in this case, Poilievre's defeat last April. He appears to have wide support heading into the convention and is expected to win handily. But he has struggled to broaden his post-election appeal beyond the party and against Prime Minister Mark Carney, especially on how to handle U.S. President Donald Trump. Surveys of the broader Canadian public has, however, said, with more than half of Canadians saying that they hold a negative view of the Conservative leader, this poses a major challenge, which critics often describe as overly combative. President Trump seemed to signal his willingness to ease tensions in Minneapolis, but there was little evidence of any significant changes following weeks of harsh rhetoric and clashes with protesters. Somali immigrants living in the state of Minnesota have long been in the target of harsh rhetoric and insults from President Donald Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance. Minnesota Congresswoman Ilhan Omar spoke after a man attacked her during a town hall meeting by squirting an unknown substance at her as she denounced the Trump administration. Omar is an American citizen who fled her birthplace, Somalia, with her family at age 8 as the Civil War tore apart the country. Minnesota's Minneapolis-St. Paul area is home to about 84,000 people of Somali descent, nearly a third of Somalis living in the U.S. That story from the United States concludes tonight's edition of The World Today, is produced by Deborah Adamo of the News Department. But before we go, here's a summary of the stories that made the headline. As search and rescue efforts continue in Mozambique after weeks of heavy rains. We told you that ECOWAS has lifted all sanctions against Guinea. You heard that a heavy gunfire has erupted near Niger's capital airport before calm returned. And finally, China has executed 11 members of Myanmar's scam mafia. Till same time tomorrow, do have a very lovely evening. Thank you so much for listening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Say no to the ordinary. Embrace the extraordinary, because we are the voice of the people. Voice of the people. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM.
BBC World Service. I am Nkechi Obonna in Nairobi with Focus on Africa. Why have authorities in Guinea-Bissau suspended a US-funded trial for the hepatitis B vaccine for newborns?
And I have seen a couple of people really also on social media talk about how that project exploits the poor, it's in a low-income population, and that the trial could be unethical. But I still think Guinea-Bissau is the best country suited for this trial because of its high prevalence.
And Nigeria's Fela Kuti to be recognized with a posthumous Lifetime Achievement Award at this year's Grammys.
Is this extraordinary body of work that Fela left us, 50 albums of amazing music. But I always see his music as an amazing chariot that he created in which his message could ride.
That's all on the BBC Tonight in Focus. First for the news.
BBC News with Govinda Gill. President Trump's border czar has insisted the immigration enforcement operation in Minneapolis will continue amid tension sparked by weeks of raids and the killing of 2 protesters by federal agents. In a bullish press conference, Tom Homan also made no apology for the deaths.
We will conduct targeted enforcement operations. Targeted. What we've done for decades. When we hit the streets, we know exactly who we're looking for, good idea where we may find them. You have a criminal history. You have their immigration history. We are not surrendering the president's mission on immigration enforcement. Let's make that clear. We're just doing it smarter.
However, Mr. Homan did concede that the process had not been perfect. Namia Iqbal has more details.
It's the closest we will get to the Trump administration admitting that it's not gone to plan in Minneapolis. There were no apologies. There was just this, I'm looking for solutions. Nothing's perfect. This will be targeted. But I think the fact that he's saying will be targeted is a sort of admission that so far it hasn't gone that way. He did talk a lot about hateful rhetoric, which is what we see with the Trump administration. They won't accept that there are protesters who are legitimately concerned. They call them agitators, instead blaming Democrats and people on the ground for being abusive towards ICE. And yes, people are not happy about ICE being there because of the way that they are going about carrying out this mass deportation agenda.
China's President Xi Jinping has told the British Prime Minister visiting Beijing that he stands ready to develop a long-term strategic partnership with the UK. Keir Starmer said relations were in a good place and his officials have announced a visa-free travel deal to China for British visitors. Laura Bicker is in Beijing.
The clear message coming from President Xi, he talked about this visit coming at a turbulent time. Now, Donald Trump is nowhere near the room, but that is who he's talking about. China's trying to show that it is building relationships when Donald Trump is upending them. It's trying to show that it's a predictable, reliable partner at this time. And it's trying to exploit what's happening, these factions and friction within the US Western alliance, and bring many of these Western countries closer to Beijing's orbit.
The Ukrainian State Weather Agency has forecast a drastic dip in temperatures to as low as minus 30 degrees Celsius next week. The warning comes as Kyiv is racing to restore heating and electricity services amid relentless Russian attacks on energy facilities. The repeated strikes have left millions with disruptions. There's tight security in the Nigerian capital, Niamey, after 2 hours of gunfire around the international airport. There's been no explanation from the military authorities, with residents speculating about a possible coup attempt or a raid by Islamist militia. World news from the BBC. Norway is to buy $2 billion worth of long-range artillery systems and rockets from a South Korean defence group as it seeks to beef up its military deterrence against Russia. The Norwegian Defence Ministry said it would buy 16 launch systems and an undisclosed number of rockets. The Pakistani government has ended days of speculation by confirming that the jailed former Prime Minister Imran Khan was transferred to hospital at the weekend to undergo a 20-minute eye operation. The Information Minister said Khan was returned to jail in good health. Imran Khan's sisters and lawyers say they weren't informed. Caroline Davies is at a protest in Islamabad for the former Prime Minister.
Pakistan's former Prime Minister has been in prison since August of 2023. According to his party, he hasn't seen a lawyer for more than 5 weeks, and he hasn't seen a family member for over 8 weeks. Now, the government say he hasn't been allowed these meetings because he's not been obeying the jail rules, which say that he shouldn't be talking about politics in his meetings. And the military spokesperson has called him a national security threat. This is still being thought about in the courts, but at the moment, there's no word on when anyone here, his family, his lawyers, might next meet Imran Khan.
The Japanese auto giant Toyota says global sales set a new record last year despite trade tensions. It's retained its title as the world's top automaker for a 6th consecutive year. The company's sales, including subsidiaries, rose to 11.3 million vehicles. A public-private partnership dedicated to restoring Africa's woodlands has identified the first forest to benefit in Mozambique, Zambia, Tanzania and Malawi. The programmes are backed by the global energy trader Trafigura and will include work to restore degraded land. The woodlands have been increasingly threatened by deforestation. BBC News.
Hello there, I'm Nkechi Obonna in Nairobi with Focus on Africa. Authorities in Guinea-Bissau say they will review the widely criticized US-funded hepatitis B vaccine trial for newborns. What are the concerns?
You know, there was widespread ethical concerns, and I aligned myself with the concerns because it included comparisons and people have been comparing it to the Tuskegee syphilis study. If you remember the history of the Tuskegee syphilis study, we're talking about withholding a proven life-saving intervention, and this was a birth dose vaccine from half of the participants in the study in a high-risk setting like Guinea-Bissau would potentially expose them to a chronic infection. So most of the people who are critiquing, including myself maybe, we felt like maybe African scientists had not been involved.
And almost 3 decades after his death, Fela Kuti, who founded the Afrobeat music genre and also used it for activism, is being honored on one of music's biggest global stages, the Grammys. So what was the music legend really like?
Well, you know, you can't please everybody, can you? The fact is that his wives were not pussycats. They were tiger, who supported Fela with vigor. They were vilified by bourgeois society, and they were subject to arrest. They were subject to, in some cases, beatings. Certainly when Kalakuta was attacked by 1,000 soldiers, they went through a lot in support of their husband, Fela, and can only be credited as a pretty amazing bunch of people that were there to defend their husband.
It's Thursday, January 29th. Let's begin in Guinea-Bissau, where controversy surrounding a newborn vaccine trial has been brewing for some weeks. At the heart of the controversy is the hepatitis B vaccine, usually given to newborns as per the World Health Organization's guidelines. The WHO recommends that a newborn is vaccinated within 24 hours of birth, and again at 6, 10, and 14 weeks of age. The vaccine prevents the mother-to-child transmission of hepatitis B virus, one of the leading causes of liver disease. However, in Guinea-Bissau, newborns don't get their first dose up until when they are 6 weeks old, despite the country having one of the highest rates of the hepatitis B virus in Africa. The trial is being funded by the US government and conducted by researchers from Denmark. For the next 5 years, the research was going to find out if the vaccine has any effects on the early life of infants as well as long-term health effects. The researchers would study a sample of 14,000 infants, where half of them would get the vaccine at birth, and the rest would wait until they are 6 weeks old, as is current practice in the country. However, people in the country are already suspicious of having their newborns vaccinated.
I think this is a government decision, but there are many doubts about the effectiveness of this vaccine. People are talking about trials on newborn children, so there are many risks. There are a lot of doubts regarding the effectiveness of this vaccine, hepatitis B, but also even among the population in Bissau Guinea. They don't believe in the vaccine, so this is a problem. It is very, very complicated, and I think there will be a little negotiation with the new authorities on whom the project depends. So I do not know how the United States will handle this situation, but in Bissau, this is how it is, and I do not believe that any father or mother will allow their children to take this vaccine. It is a very complicated problem that we are going to deal with here. I don't know, but there is a lot of pressure from the population this time. The authorities in Guinea will have a hard time accepting this vaccine for children. There are many doubts. There is a great lack of trust in the effectiveness of this vaccine.
In response to the concerns, the government has suspended the trial pending a technical and ethical review. The Minister of Public Health, Kinin Nantote, says the country will begin vaccinating children at birth in the coming years.
It is true, and I confirm that the vaccination will begin in 2028 throughout the country. We want to do it this way because we know this is something being carried out in Africa and across Europe. Vaccination is being done with support from World Health Organization, so that is why we took the decision to make the rollout in 2028, when we have concluded the preparation phases and we have all documentation required to carry out this vaccination. We did not consider the study because in the end, it was the country's decision supported by some of our partners.
Now, to help us understand the goal of the study and the controversy surrounding it, I called up Dr. Umar Muhunza, a medical doctor and vaccinology expert in Uganda.
So the trial vaccine that's happening in Guinea-Bissau does not involve a new or different vaccine. We are not developing a new vaccine. It uses the standard hepatitis B vaccine, which is already recommended globally for newborns. But the key difference, I think, is in administration timing. The standard practice per WHO guidelines is a birth dose within 24 hours to prevent mother-to-child transmission. And this has safely been used for decades and reduces clinic infection risk, I think, by up to about 89 or 90%, especially in high prevalence areas like Guinea-Bissau. Now, in Guinea-Bissau, the current national policy administers the first dose at 6 weeks. And this is because of issues to do with funding and supply constraints. And they have a subsequent dose that happens at 10 and 14 weeks. All these are hepatitis B vaccine doses. What the trial was doing is that the trial aimed to randomize newborns to either receive the birth dose as standard per WHO guideline or to delay it to 6 weeks, matching current practice because we give at birth at 6 weeks, then at 14 weeks. And they also aim to study non-specific effects and short-term effects like mortality, eczema, and maybe neurocognitive outcomes. And bear in mind, these effects are not really directly related to the hepatitis B vaccine, but they have potential broader public health effects. It was just a question of timing. Do we give the hepatitis B vaccine at birth or delay it up to 6 weeks?
But why was Guinea-Bissau chosen as the destination and not any other African country?
This project, based in Guinea-Bissau for decades, provides, and I'm talking about now the Bandim Health Project, it provides an established research infrastructure. And I have seen a couple of people really also on social media talk about how that project exploits the poor, it's in a low-income population, and that the trial could be unethical. But I still think Guinea-Bissau is the best country suited for this trial because of its high prevalence of hepatitis B. And really about 19% of the adults are infected with hepatitis B in Guinea-Bissau. And this is one of the highest prevalences globally. But also, we have 90% of prenatally infected infants who develop chronic infections leading to liver cancer or failure in about 25% of the cases of those who have hepatitis B. This is a really very high prevalence. You have children suffering from chronic liver cancer, but you also have adults who have chronic hepatitis B. So this creates a really high-risk environment for studying transmission prevention. And additionally, really, the country does not yet provide the birth dose, but plans to implement it. It offers a unique window to compare outcomes before universal rollouts and after rollouts as per WHO guidelines.
What is the current status of the vaccine trial?
I might give you statistics from as far as, I think, December. But what I know is that the trial was suspended, I think, and was pending a technical and ethical review by the National Public Health Institute. I think it is Guinea-Bissau's Public Health Institute and Ethics Committee, and with assistance from the Africa CDC. And I think initial reports suggested a cancellation, but the USA funders insisted that it was paused for evaluation and not really cancelled as such. And there was really a bit of conflicting statements, which I'll not go so much into. But the study had planned to enroll, I think, about 14,000 to 15,000 newborns starting early 2026, I think this January. And this enrollment has actually not begun as well.
All right. Now, will this suspension and evaluation or review by these different bodies have any impact on the research and the vaccine, especially as regards WHO guidelines?
You know, there was widespread ethical concerns, and I aligned myself with the concerns because it included comparisons, and people have been comparing it to the Tuskegee syphilis study. If you remember the history of the Tuskegee syphilis study, we're talking about withholding a proven life-saving intervention, and this was a birth dose vaccine from half of the participants in the study in a high-risk setting like Guinea-Bissau would potentially expose them to a chronic infection. So most of the people who are critiquing, including myself maybe, we felt like maybe African scientists had not been involved, global experts had not been involved, but also highlighted inadequate local ethical review and also a lack of coordination from the different national public health bodies.
Dr. Umar, now, what are the effects on Guinea-Bissau's 2028 vaccine rollout? Will this have any impact?
I do not think there will be an impact on the 2028 rollout for this vaccine, because Guinea-Bissau plans to roll out the universal hepatitis B birth dose vaccination by 2028, and this will be funded separately from the trial. So the suspension may reinforce this timeline by prioritizing ethical care and really looking about avoiding delays from controversy, but it could also erode public trust, especially in vaccines, and would also complicate funding due to international scrutiny and things to do with supply issues. And I think this trial would boost coverage throughout the year, but I strongly think that there is no challenge in terms of the rolling out in 2028.
Dr. Hora, just one last question. Why are these trials done by some international researchers in Africa? Are there any ethical red flags, since decisions like this must serve local health, primary health care, and not necessarily external agendas?
I do not think there are external agendas, because usually when we are conducting research happens in such a way that you have a multidisciplinary team that involves local actors and international actors. And of course, by the time you have a program running in a country like Guinea-Bissau, you must have involved their public health institutes, you must have involved their ministries of health, you must have involved different leaders at different levels. So for us to argue and say that it was entirely an initiative of foreign people would not be very correct. And by the time we have this discussion, it is because that the local authority has taken interest, especially in working with these international people. I think they're just offering funding to support the program, and they're working with people on ground. It's not entirely a foreign issue.
Many thanks to Dr. Umar Muhunza. This is Focus on Africa from the BBC World Service. Now we start with the man I grew up listening to, Fela Kuti, the Afrobeat pioneer whose music stayed with you long after the song ended. Tracks like International Tif Tif, Zombie, and Water No Get Enemy weren't just music, they were statements. It's been nearly 3 decades since the world lost Fela Kuti, the fearless artist who turned music into a weapon and a movement. But his influence hasn't faded. It spread beyond Nigeria and Africa. His songs featured as soundtracks in some Hollywood films like Queen and Slim and The Harder They Fall. His spirit and musical persona reflects in today's artist. And now, the Grammys are honoring him with a posthumous Lifetime Achievement Award at the upcoming 68th edition. I caught up with Fela's former manager and close friend, Ricky Steen, and began by asking him what this award means to the family.
Well, I suppose we could say better late than never, although of course we're delighted to receive this accolade. He's sharing this Lifetime Achievement Award with several other artists, Paul Simon, Shaka Khan. It's a good news story, and I and the Kuti family are very happy about it, and we'll all be attending the Grammys to receive the award.
When you say better late than never, does this mean you would have expected it way earlier?
It's not a question of expectation. It would be appropriate, I think, to say that Fela has been globally recognized as a significant artist for many years. So, yeah, it's a little bit late, I guess. But anyway, as I said, better late than never.
Of course, Fela is the first African to receive this honor. What does this tell you about African cultural contributions and how they've been overlooked or viewed globally?
I think we have to recognize that the Grammys is essentially an American organization, and therefore their emphasis would be on American and Western artists. And that Africa hasn't in the past rated very highly in their interests. I think that's changing quite a bit of late by virtue of a number of African artists that are achieving global recognition. So, yeah, things are changing. Let's hope for the better.
Right. You've often described Fela as more than a musician. You have said that he's been an activist, a great voice when it comes to speaking against oppression, especially in the military era. Do you feel this award recognizes him beyond music?
I think any recognition of Fela at this stage has to recognize him as being a man who devoted his life to supporting those who have drawn life's short straw and castigating any form of social injustice, corruption, mismanagement. So it would be impossible to ignore that aspect of Fela's legacy.
And today's global Afrobeat stars dominate charts worldwide. What do you think is most misunderstood about Fela's role in laying that foundation?
If you ask middle-aged Nigerians, did you used to go to Shrine?
Yes, I have been. I love the experience at Shrine.
Either they would say, oh, my family would never allow it, or they would say, yeah, I used to creep in. You know, so the population divides in two. Fela was arrested 200 times in his life. He was beaten mercilessly on many occasions. He had scars all over his body. But it never stopped the guy. He'd say, well, they didn't kill me. And he'd be there the next day castigating the military authorities, certainly in that era in the 80s. Look, we've got two issues here. One is this extraordinary body of work that Fela left us, 50 albums of amazing music. But I always see his music as an amazing chariot that he created in which his message could ride. So you could say that both were as equally important. Fela was a student at the Trinity College of Music in London for 4 years. He had a classical training. In fact, I once asked him, who's your favorite musician? He said, Schubert. So,
wow.
I don't know too much about Schubert's music.
But beyond the music and the activism and speaking up against political oppression, many people were worried about his lifestyle, his music, his many wives and children, and the kinds of performances, especially when you mentioned the Shrine in Lagos. Do you think that is what has given a rise or giving the identity that Afrobeats has today?
Well, you know, you can't please everybody, can you? The fact is that his wives were not pussycats, they were tiger, who supported Fela with vigor. They were vilified by bourgeois society, and they were subject to arrest. They were subject to, in some cases, beatings. Certainly when Calcutta was attacked by 1,000 soldiers, they went through a lot in support of their husband, Fela, and can only be credited as a pretty amazing bunch of people that were there to defend their husband. Some people are going to find that difficult to swallow. Well, that's their problem, not Fela's, and certainly not mine.
Right. And, you know, Fela has been gone now almost 3 decades. How are you able to preserve his legacy? His music is still heard all over the world. What is it like to preserve something as precious as Fela's legacy?
You know, it's very satisfying when I check the stats and see that month after month, year after year, every month, 1.5 million views. Now, you could say that's actually not that much when viewed across a 50-album catalogue, but at the same time, it's 1.5 million people and thousands of hours of viewing time with an average of 7 minutes. Now, when I look deeper into those stats and look at where people are listening or looking at videos, it's everywhere. Kazakhstan, Moscow, Taiwan, all over the planet. And interestingly, those obscure places listen to the whole track. You know, many of Fela's tracks were 28 minutes long. They listen to the whole track, which allows the average of viewing across those 1.5 million views to be 7 minutes. So from my perspective, that's very satisfying.
One of Fela's songs that comes to my mind in recent times is Zombie, which, you know, criticizes the use of military force in democratic settings, comparing that to the current trends in African democracies where we've seen election violence, we've seen protests that have turned violent in countries like Tanzania, we've seen the shutdown of the internet in Uganda following elections. What do you think Fela would be singing about right now if he was here with us?
He wouldn't be happy at all. I mean, he'd feel real discontent and fury even at the fact that divide and rule has become so prevalent in Africa to allow this kind of situation to exist. And power is sweet. That's the problem. Never want to let go. A good example being the one you mentioned, Uganda. Bobby Wine suffered the same results as his 21 election and was apparently beaten. When one sees this kind of situation in Africa, it's very upsetting, you know. And of course, Bobby is a huge Fela fan. In fact, I brought him to the shrine a few years back, and the Kuti family are very fond of him. He's a very courageous young man.
I just want us to take a moment to just imagine Fela was with you at the Grammy stage to receive this Lifetime Achievement Award. What do you think his acceptance speech would sound like?
I don't think it would differ from many of his statements in the past. He would just be talking about us understanding each other, and whether true or not, when enough people say no, it's no. I'd like to think, or at least hope, that that would apply. And I'm sure that Fela would have asked people to be less accepting and more vociferous in their support of a decent society that allows everyone the right to health care, decent employment, and less oppression. This oppression is just troubling people across the world at the moment, and we can only hope for better days.
Many thanks to Fela's former manager, Ricky Steen. And that's it on Focus on Africa today. As always, we are keen to hear your feedback. Our WhatsApp number is +44 78 42 61 77 66. Or reach us via social media at BBC Africa. If you'd like to email us, the address is focusonafrica@bbc.co.uk. This episode was put together by Bella Twine, Blessing Aderoba, and Mark Wilberforce. Charles Gitonga was the senior journalist in charge, and Terry Chege was the technical producer. Our editors are Soma Murunga and Mariam Abdullah. I'm Nkechi Obonna. Speak again soon.